I done came down, hold up, clip the brain, fold up. And the girlfriend want a nigga like me, cause I ain't tryna control her. She called me when she wanna change. Black diamond, my pinky ring. She know you weak and we ain't the same. You hit the scene, I'll make the scene. I'm in her hand like Maybelline. H-time, so I made the lean. I'm in her soul, I make her scream. I'm about to told all paper change. I'm an easy tag like Peter Pan. She want a man, don't need a man. I'm flying down your boulevard. She cooking dinner with your fans. Straight up, Step-daddies. Yo, bitch, you know what I'm talking about. Pulls up, pour live. We get it poppin' in the parking lot. She like to do it with the lights on. Don't matter to me if it's dark or not. I'm G'd up, eased up. False on pants, I'm hard to rock. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that ain't tryna keep. Yeah, that's what I say. They can put you to bed. Daddy tryna love you, baby, just what you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby. You know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit up my phone, whatever you need. Just look up with me every second or so. Oh yeah. I got this drink in my car. I got this drink in my car. Right.
I done came down, hold up, grip the grain, roll up, young H-time in the Fayetteville. Got two girls like hold up, and with the good fella DJs, they got my song on replay. I'm swinging down that freeway, Fort Bragg, Army Base, and shout out to that Fayetteville State Main. Say man, yo girl say that you born bro, so she tuned in that morning show. Rush Paul, over average, you just Paul. Foxy 99, that big stick to hating with big boys. I'm draped up, dripped out, Fayetteville know what I'm talking about. Pulls up, pull out, I swing wide in that parking lot. I shine bright like the lights on, don't matter to me if it's dark or not. Let your top down, turn your volume up, all around the Ville. All around the Ville. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that ain't tryna keep. You heard what I said. They can put you to bed. That ain't tryna love you, baby. Just fuck you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby. You know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit up my phone whenever you need you some company. Got this drink in my car.
Banks.
When I'm busy, ain't gon' waste my phone line on a set time, around 10, no daylight. Music first, so don't try. I'ma let you know when I'm on the road. Anywhere between 12 and 4. Kilo, no public post. Ain't no love, they don't need to know. 2 a.m. I'm tipping slow. Hit your line, I'm on the road. Next thing you know, I'm at the door. Hitting spots right on the floor. No connection, just sexy us. In the morning, no food, but text to reiterate. There's no we. So the moment that we dip, there's no reach. Back on the road before 5. Refill my cup, so I'm alright. Coasting and jamming on soul time, but it ain't too long before I hit mine. Talking that this the last time. She want way more than a night ride. Throw up my deuce and say alright. Then the next week she be tagging lines.
Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that ain't tryna keep. You heard what I said. They can put you to bed. That ain't tryna love you, baby. Just fuck you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby. You know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit up my phone whenever you need you some company. Got this drink in my car.
Oh yeah. I got this drink in my car. I got this drink in my car. Right. I done came down, came up, slow pitch, change up, same hood, same style, same drink, same cup. She called me when she wanna fuck. I never call, she know what's up. Same page, same book, different song, same hook. Every time her niggas shit that she on the phone with the same crook. And every time I pull up, she hit me with that same look. Lips bite, she left a man for that get right. I'm in the middle like midnight. Only if you got that sip tight. Only if you got that wine fine. Only if you got that sip tight. Only if you got that mind bomb. Only if you got that sip tight. Eat that shit like one time. Joking, baby, I'm pimp type. I'm used to being that one and done, but girl, you got it, girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that is trying to keep. Yeah, what I say. That can put you to bed. That ain't trying to love you, baby. Just want you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby. You know that I'm coming, baby. Just get up my phone whenever you need you some company. I can jump in my car. FaceTime. Oh yeah. I got this drink in my cup. So I got this drink in my cup. On cup. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that ain't tryna keep. You heard what I said. They can put you to bed. That ain't tryna love you, baby. Just fuck you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby. You know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit up my phone whenever you need you some company. Got this drink in my cup. FaceTime. Oh yeah. I got this drink in my cup. I got this drink in my cup. Cup.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Hustler and Muscular in the building. Coming back to you live once again. Oh, my bad. I had to check the audio real quick. It looked like it's acting crazy. Can y'all hear me okay out there? Okay. Okay, shout out to you, Center Cole, unpredictable, always at your pentacle. And shout out to you, RB Fatal. Good to see you here. Good to see y'all here. Yeah. Okay, give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. All right, that's better. Audio is acting like shit. Let's try this again. It's your boy, Hustler and Muscular in the building. In the mood for some healing. So, ladies, please get out your goddamn feelings. How's everybody doing out there? Shout out to you, Center Cole, unpredictable, always at your pentacle. Shout out to RB Fatal. Good for you. Good to see you here. Good to see y'all here once again. Glad y'all joined me for another live. And yes, on my last panel, I talked about getting 100 subscribers. Shout out to everyone who subscribed to my channel. The 100 people that subscribe to my channel, shout out to all of y'all. Appreciate y'all's support. So there's definitely going to be more content coming. Just be ready for some more goodness. Be freaking ready. And of course, we got to thank my two inspirations for this. Shout out to Killer Swag, Get That Bad, Don't Be Caring About Price Tags, and his home girl, his sister from another mister, Sweet Melody. Love what you're telling me. The way you kill it, it's a felony. Shout out to Killing Them Sweet, bringing the heat. Looking so fly in these YouTube streets. Yeah, gotta give it up to them. Gotta give it up to them. They're my inspirations for going this far. But before we go any further, here's my Cash App if anybody wants to donate to that. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Also, here's my Instagram if anybody's interested in going there. But before I continue, put this message out here real quick.
The life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game, hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef, I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat, best believe. Yo, it's the life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game, hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef, I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat, best believe and achieve.
All right. And by the way, as I mentioned on my previous stream, as a new rule, anybody that wants to come on a panel, feel free to do so, but I will have this banner displayed up here because I'm not trying to get P-bombed or anything like that. Got some weird assholes out here. I'm not trying to be a victim of their, well, weirdness. So yes, I gotta take extra precautions when it comes to this kind of stuff. So this banner will be up here, or something similar to this will be up here in the event that somebody hits the link and wants to come onto the panel. That's just the way it's gonna have to be from now on. But you ain't got to cam up necessarily, but at least identify yourself by your voice in any event that you decide to come up here and be a part of my show. That's just the way it's gonna have to be. Oh, look who showed up. One half of my inspiration. Shout out to Killer Swag, Get That Bag, Don't Be Caring About Them Price Tags. Nice of you to join me, buddy. Got an interesting show for you. But first, I put this message out here one more time for those y'all just coming in.
The life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game, hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef, I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat, best believe. Yo, it's the life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game, hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef, I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat, best believe and achieve.
That's right. Like, comment, subscribe, and show your boys some love. That's right. Salute, Killer Swag. Tell your homegirl, Sweet Melanie, salute as well. I thought y'all were going live too, but I saw they were just premiere videos. Oh yeah, I forgot today is Throwback Thursday. That's something y'all call it, Throwback Thursday. But I guess you could say I coined the term myself in my mind by devoting Thursdays to just throwback stuff. Throwback movies, throwback video games, throwback TV shows. Anything that came out last year is a throwback in my opinion. That's how I consider Throwback Thursday. But you and Melly just post old streams at least a year old or some months old. I ain't got a problem with that. Look back on the fond memories, whichever way makes you comfortable. Enjoy the nostalgia any which way you want to. All right. Now let's get into today's topic. Today's topic. Oh, that's why I said no. Just Throwback Thursday shows on my second channel. Oh, on your second channel. Okay, okay. Like I said, buddy, enjoy the nostalgia any which way you want to. I spend my Throwback Thursdays looking at old TV shows and movies or anything that's over a year old. Anything that's over a year old, I'll just sit back and enjoy it for what it is. That's how I do Throwback Thursday. I was just watching what was that movie, Best of the Best from 1993? Yep. Just got through watching that movie before I came on live. It's aged pretty good, all things considered. But anyway, let's get back into my topic. Enough of my rambling. Okay. So yeah, today's topic, let's talk about step-daddies, or as I call them, step-dummies. The question is being a stepfather good or bad? Well, in my humble opinion, I'm gonna give my personal opinion on this. To me, I think the only way being a stepfather could work is the mother of the kids that try to be a stepfather for grants you power and authority over said kids. And that's the thing about being a stepfather. It's like the single mothers hold the key as to whether or not it's actually gonna pan out in the end. Because generally speaking, well, in my opinion, I recommend no man try to be a stepfather to a bunch of kids that are not even his. Because we all know how that go down. You're trying to father a bunch of kids who are biologically not yours. First of all, you're trying to father kids who are not yours, which is going to lead to them not even looking at you as the father. And second of all, the single mother is going to look at you as being either a bonus dad or just second best. Either way you look at it, unlike the biological father, you're not going to take priority over her. That's something you got to remember. Excuse me. As a stepfather, you are never going to take priority over the biological father. And I'm afraid there's just no getting around that. Now, am I trying to say you shouldn't be a stepfather? I'm going to say no. It can work, but you have to make sure that the woman that you're doing this for is going to make it work. Because all this stuff about, oh, you can't tell my child what to do. You can't tell my child how to act. You can't discipline them without your permission. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. How you going to say you want this man to be the head of the household, but yeah, he needs permission to discipline your kids? How much sense does that make? Does that make sense to anybody? Let me know in the comments what you think. You want this man to be the head of the household, but yeah, he needs your permission to discipline your kids. How the hell is that supposed to work? Okay, Killer Swag said, I still recommend dating a chick with kids unless you got kids yourself. Exactly. That's something I've been saying. If you're like me and Swag, who don't have kids of our own, best to just don't date single mothers, period. Or at the very least, don't take them seriously. Okay, that's something I've been telling myself for years. As a man with no children, I could not date a single mother. I honestly could not see myself being in a relationship with a single mother. Now, have I hooked up with single mothers? Yeah, several times. I'm going to say 80% of females I've interacted with over the last 20 years of my life were single mothers. Believe it or not. And yes, I said 20, going back to when I was age 19 years old, because you got people having kids fresh out of high school. Ain't shit changed. Yeah. People were having kids fresh out of high school and middle school. So yeah, ain't a lot changed. Yeah, being a single mother at 18, 19 years old, that's too damn young to be a parent. But it is what it is. So yes, I've interacted with and I even hung out and had some flings with single mothers, but it didn't go beyond that, unfortunately. But that's just how that goes. So yeah. I honestly recommend you don't become a stepfather to some kids that are not yours. And people may be wondering, why do men want to be stepfathers in the first place if they know the risks? Well, based on what I'm seeing and kind of what I've been feeling over the years, because something I can kind of attest to this kind of feeling, these men are just getting desperate. You know, they're almost 40, they're single, don't have children of their own. And as far as the dating market goes, they have a lower number of women to choose from who don't have children. So that can make things harder right there. So what are they going to do? Just shack up with a single mother and just pray to the heavens that it works out? That's what they're going to do. Pray to the heavens that it's going to work out. They think the master is going to bless them with the opportunity to make it work for a single mother. I wonder what the Heavenly Father would think of that. Yep, works for me. Works for me. Okay, so what I say, ain't nothing wrong with clapping single mama's cheeks. Damn. Just don't make it serious with her. It will only end up bad for you. Correct. Well, that's my point. Because like I said, Swag, I've had my fair share of flings with single mothers. It didn't go anywhere beyond that. But it is what it is. But when you got a dating pool full of single mothers in a society where single motherhood is pretty much the new world order of parenting, men who don't have children ain't got really much to choose from. That's just the bottom line. They ain't got a lot to choose from. So if you're a 40-something-year-old man, single with no kids, you ain't got a lot to choose from out here. I mean, yeah, you got women to choose from just for the simple fact that women exist. As far as women who are date-worthy, probably don't have kids, they're few and far between. I know some females personally who are my age and don't have children, so I'm not going to act like they don't exist. I know females since my university days who to this day don't have kids, so they're out there, yes, but they're so few and far between. And even if she doesn't have kids, let's say you put a man in a room with 10 women. Out of the 10, 8 of them are single mothers. So he's got to eliminate those 8. That's 8 women he's not gonna deal with. So there's only 2 left. Only problem is one woman is already in a relationship. The other one is just not interested in him physically or sexually, or he's not interested in her. So you see how that narrows down our options. Eliminate all the single mothers, and what do you have to pick from? Women who are already in relationships, or they're not interested in you, or you might not be interested in them. So that's gonna make things even harder for us. Now, granted, I don't sympathize with men who just blindly take up the stepdaddy role, but I'm trying to be understanding as to why they would foolishly take up such a role. Because the idea of being single at 40 with no kids can rub some people the wrong way. But when you think about it, let's say Killer Swag wiped up a single mother. Let's just use Swag as an example. Let's say he wipes up a woman that's a single mother because he needs somebody in his life. He wants that woman and his kids in his life. He doesn't want to be all by himself. So in the event that he gets sick or injured, he got somebody by his side. His baby, his wife, and his stepchildren. Might not seem like a bad thing at first, but guess what could happen? The second you get sick, you get injured, and can't provide for the family, you know what's going to happen? She going to kick your ass outside the damn door and on to the next stepdaddy. In the words of Brittany Renner, it's stepdaddy season. So yeah, even then you ain't guaranteed some sort of comfort and safety if you just have to take up that role. And I'm not just going against a stepfather dynamic just because I'm single and don't have kids. It's not only something I wouldn't do, but we can all name reasons, the aforementioned reasons as to why it would never work. Again, if you're like me and you don't have kids of your own, I say don't take up being a stepfather. However, you're a single father yourself, to each his own. I guess it might work, but no. As a whole, I just don't support the idea of a man trying to deal with kids that are biologically not his. You're gonna come in second place to the mother and second best to the kids. You hear all these stories about these women not disciplining the kids and not granting the man any kind of power and authority over said kids. That's why I said, no, it's blue booty clapping season, not stepdaddy season. That'll be a good way to put it, Sweat. That'll be a good way to put it. It's booty clapping season, not stepdaddy season. That's a good way to put it. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm back. But swag, you are hilarious as hell. Booty clapping season, not stepdaddy season. You killing me, man. My God, yeah. Anybody want to come up? I pinned the link to the top. If anybody want to come up, chop it up with your boy. Let me know what you think about this whole thing. Would y'all recommend being a stepdaddy, or would you say stepdaddy season is not out of season? Because in my opinion, it should have been out of season a long time ago. In my opinion, stepdaddy season should have been out of season a long time ago. Because we ain't signed on for this bullshit. And then you consider convince us that being a stepdad is a good thing. And I've heard people say only an emotionally intelligent men can take care, can be a stepfather. It takes a confident, strong, intelligent man to be a stepdad. Are you fucking serious? You're going to talk all that BS, you better be willing to grant that man some kind of power and authority over those kids. Don't step and say it takes a strong man to handle me and my kids, knowing damn well you're not going to grant the power to him. Again, that's my biggest gripe with this stepdaddy thing. The power is in the female's hands. So you're trying to be a stepfather to some kids that ain't yours, and your wife doesn't grant you power and authority of that household and those children. Excuse my lingo, you're fucked. Bottom line, you're fucked. And Cynical once said, those summer marriages, though. What about the summer marriages? What about the summer marriages, Cynical? I don't get it. But anyways. But yeah, I got a few videos I want to show you guys. But that's just my take on the whole stepdaddy thing. It's just not worth it at the end of the day. Again, if y'all want, if you're a single father, maybe it'll work. But for those of us who don't have kids, I recommend you just simply don't do it. Because can't nothing good come out of you being second best to a female's kids. All this, you can't tell me what to do, you're not my daddy. You can't tell me what to do, you're not my father. I ain't got time to hear that. I'm sorry, I don't have time to hear that. And by the way, Cynical, you don't quit changing your avatar. I missed the old one you had, the beautiful black woman. Now I gotta look at first a bookshelf, now a pair of flowers, a bouquet of flowers. Cynical, you're something else. Okay, but it is what it is. It's your picture. And take a look at some of these pictures up here. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna get my video set up. Okay, give me a few seconds. I'm gonna get my video set up so we can talk about this whole stepdaddy thing. All right. Now, before I get into this first video, let me show y'all something. I see nobody's up here just yet, but like I said, anybody want to come up here, feel free to hit the link and let's talk about this. Do y'all think being a stepdaddy is worth it? Yes, no, maybe. Not only that, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Come show some love on the panel. Now let's get it lit up in here like a candle. And by the way, keep all foul language and nasty words at a minimal. That's my golden rule. Keep all foul language and nasty words at a minimal on my channel, okay? As far as camming up, you don't have to if you don't want to. But at least identify yourself backstage. And I will have this banner up here. This banner up here for anybody want to come up, just to make sure you're not P-bomb. You ain't gonna do that to me. I ain't playing that. No, 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 no. Hail to the no, 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 no. Donate to my Cash App if anybody's interested. And one last message.
Like, comment, and subscribe because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
All right, now before I get into the first video, take a look at some of these banners I found. This says the definition of a stepfather: a strong role model with unending patience and understanding. Provider, protector, hero, friend. Bonus dad. Oh my God. Look at this. Bonus dad. Seriously? Okay, I can get it says strong role model with unending patience. You better have patience if you want to be a freaking stepdaddy. I can tell you that. You better have patience if you want to be a stepdaddy. I can tell you that right now. You better be a provider, protector. You probably not much of a hero, but you will be seen as a friend. And it says bonus dad. Why the hell would I want to be a bonus dad? Seriously? Oh my God. Oh boy. It says a bonus dad. Really? Why would I want to sign up to be a bonus dad? It just don't make any sense. Okay, hold on a minute. He said, "No, I'm cool on that." Yeah, you cool on being a stepfather, right? And so, look at this one. Well, hold on a minute. Look at this. The first one says strong role model with unending patience and understanding. The second one says, okay, well, you better have hella patience if you want to be a stepfather. Like I said, this one says provider, protector, hero, friend. That's all they really serve. And number 3 says bonus dad. Bonus dad. Really? So you rather be a bonus dad than the actual biological dad. Oh my God. I'm not a bonus anything. And I remember this chick I used to work with at my job. She took a picture with this one guy and she says, "I'm in love with my bonus dad. I love with my new bonus dad. Shout out to this bonus dad." I'm like, are you serious? So you got this sucker to look after your kids? Really? So yeah, it makes sense why we don't want to deal with these single mothers. They're so full of shit, it's ridiculous. It's mind-boggling, I tell you. Man, oh man. This is just crazy. All right, let's see what this next one has to say. This one says, "Happy Father's Day to my stepdad, who frankly deserves a medal for putting up with my shit." Oh my God, putting up with my shit. You know what? If they ever make stepdaddy cards, gift cards or whatever, they should look something like this. This would be marvelous. Exactly, swag. Bonus dad. That's exactly what it said. A bonus dad. You can't see us up being a bonus dad. And I swear, if they ever make some gift cards for stepfather, it should look something like this. At least it'll be accurate and real. But golly. This one says, hold on. Any man can be a father. It would take someone special to be a stepdad. I don't know about y'all, but I don't like how this advertised. It takes a special someone to be a stepdad. Like being a stepdad is a role to cherish. It ain't what it was back in the day. The stepfather role is not what it was back in the early days. So I can't even get on board with that narrative. It takes a special someone to be a stepdaddy, aka a bonus dad. You couldn't pay me enough to do that. Seriously, no, that's just not gonna happen. Nope, 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 nope. I'm sorry, but I'm just not on board with that, unfortunately. Okay, we're gonna get into my first video. Make sure it's not too loud. Yeah, you just want to make sure that this stuff is not too loud. Let's see. All right. Hold on, let me fix this damn camera. Okay, let me fix this camera real quick. This thing won't act like shit now. Okay. Oh, no sound? Damn. My bad, y'all. I had this shit on mute the whole time. My bad. Let's try this again. Fair use.
Right. You've been riding around. You were engaged to him, right?
Yes, I was engaged to him.
All right, to him.
By the way, good looking out, swag. I had no idea I was on mute the whole time. All right, fair use, fair use.
And after him, have you been engaged again?
Yes, 2 other times.
So I tell you, the queen of engagement queens, man. I'm telling you, the godfather's
engagement queen.
So
but to be
what's
honest,
wrong? But what's wrong with you?
To be honest, in my 20s, what I was doing was just dating for fun.
Yep.
Dating. I'm going to be really blunt. Dating like, you know, rappers, athletes, and by the time I was ready to sit down, I was already in my 30s, and I'm like, oh, like I've done give away my most precious years to just partying and being on the scene, and now that I'm trying to date, and I really don't know what I like.
Firstly, R.I.P. Kevin.
Hell no.
Okay, damn.
Samuels. Secondly, some of these videos that we see floating around are so fitting because these women are literally everything we say they are. But I want to ask this question. Should women today, women who...
Oh yeah, shout out to P's World, in case y'all didn't hear me the first time. Shout out to P's World. Okay, fair use, fair use.
Example, never had the opportunity to listen to a Kevin Samuels when they were growing up, to an MTR when they were coming up. Should they be given a pass? Not to say that we're going to wife them, but should we be less harsh on them? Because they never had anybody to tell them that the way they're going, they're going to end up alone.
Well, when I was always said common sense. Common sense this, common sense that. Well, little do we understand, common sense ain't so common anymore. I mean, me personally, I never had anyone teach me about relationship. I had to learn that shit on my own. I was always told, go to school, get an education, do this, that, and the third, and get with a nice woman. No one taught me about female nature. I had to learn the hard way about the dark side of female nature and the bullshit games that they play, and how to how to move with the ones that play these kind of stupid games. So yeah, we either were taught wrong or just weren't taught at all. So I guess we're all guilty of that. But anyways, fair use.
You know, women don't give each other advice. So, you know, the rich aunties were telling them to, you know, live their life, enjoy their 20s. Their moms were telling them the same thing. Fatherless, so they never had any man to, you know, sit them down and tell them what's really going on. Should we give these women a pass? You guys let me know.
What's your craziest college confession?
I've just been really sexually active.
How many bodies have you got since you've been?
Wait. You should just say she's been really sexually active.
Emotional damage.
Hell no. To the no. Yeah.
Yeah, that's since July.
Jesus Christ.
They going crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm positive for type 1 and type 2 herpes. It's not like...
The price ain't right. The price ain't right. And the price you're paying just for having unprotected sex, that definitely ain't right either. Yeah.
Thing.
Ugh. Damn these ads. They really kill my buzz.
Like, comment, and subscribe because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
Wait a minute. It's not that big of a thing. You got 1 and 2? God damn.
Real quick, this shit just hit my chest. I would like to know what it's like to date somebody who actually likes me. What is that like?
Date someone actually likes
to be with somebody who like wants to be with you. and is not just like systematically degrading and manipulating you into convincing you that you love them or a version of what they projected upon you. I would like to know. I would like to know what it's like for somebody to love me for me, to really just like me, and not what they think I want them to be because they want to finesse me.
Well, then why don't you pick the guys that like you for you? Ever thought about that? What about the day someone actually likes you? What, do you pick men who actually like you? Or do you pick the men who don't like you, but you feel like they like you? If that makes any sense. I mean, the world is yours as far as the dating market is concerned. Pick the guys that like you and you like them back. That's all I can say.
I want somebody to love me for me. I want to feel appreciated, bitch. Nah, but for real, I would really like to know what it's like to be loved back.
So you never been loved back before? Wowee. Ain't that something?
God damn it. You can't make this shit up.
That's so sad.
Firstly, cry me a river.
Cry me a river. Come on, cry me a river. Baby, cry me a river. Baby, come on.
I always have this debate with people who think that they're intelligent because they have a degree.
Right.
I always say degrees mean absolutely nothing. This woman was a therapist. Imagine you're a therapist talking like this on the internet. How did she become qualified to be a therapist?
I knew she looked familiar. Yeah, that's that female therapist. It went viral some years back. I knew there was something familiar about her, but anyways, fair use.
Because she probably went to school for it, she got a degree. She's not worthy of that position. She was never worthy of that position. Look at her. She is unhinged.
I get passport shit. I don't care about y'all. I don't got all this shit about my husband. I'll go to my man.
Don't cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Road movement is nothing for women, and it's also not something where a woman can say, if a man can do it, I can do it too, because as a woman you can't just get up and walk the streets overseas somewhere in Czechoslovakia, in Brazil, or the Philippines, because honey, that might be your last time overseas. One of the main reasons why men are leaving their home country and go overseas to find a woman is because those women over there are a lot younger, they are raised to be wives, and they are very traditional. And
that makes sense to me. Makes perfect sense to
trust me when I tell you that the requirements of a traditional man are a lot more strict than a traditional woman, because that man is going to want his dinner on time, breakfast and lunch on time. If he doesn't like what you are wearing, you better go ahead and change. There's no more clubbing, there's no more drinking, there might not be any more social media or none of that. So it's not even like that there are not enough women in the States and that's why men are leaving the country to go find their wives somewhere overseas. It's just because of some women's attitude. Y'all are so beautiful. Y'all have so much potential to be the perfect partner or housewife. But the games, the attitude, the entitlement, the rudeness, all of that, people or men get sick and tired of it. Who wants to deal with that?
Simply.
Exactly.
Passport cis movement could never work because modern women are built to compete with men, not to cooperate with them. Traditional women are built to cooperate with men, which is why modern women, compared to traditional women as wives, are useless. Modern women benefit the GDP. You guys are great for the economy, not so good for husbands. Traditional women allow their husbands to be the star of the show, allow their husbands to be the headliner. But you guys want to be The Rock. You want to be Tom Cruise. You want to be the star. And it's just not going to work.
The a-hole for refusing to pay for my stepdaughter's wedding because her real daddy is the one that's going to walk her down the aisle. So let me tell you guys about my stepdaughter, all right? She wants her real daddy to walk her down the aisle. Now let me give you a little backstory on me and my stepdaughter. She just graduated from university, which I paid for. Now, she went to an in-state university, but it still cost me about $40,000. Now, I also bought her a car. I bought her a car straight after high school. That way she could go back and forth to school. I bought her a car. She still lives with me and her mother. She does not have a job. Now, she's set to be married on August the 8th. And for the past 6 months, that's all her mother been talking about doing. Being occupied with, they consume most of their time. Now, her daddy, he don't contribute to not 1 cent on her. Not her education, not child support, which is partly her mother's fault because, she didn't fight for that. And that's, I guess that's just what the settlement was. And he only around to make promises. I do that for you, I do this for you, and then take off. And then she'd be heartbroken. But she adores her father, right? So, like I said, she's set to be married in August. And the wedding venue, I told her they can have it in my home. The wedding venue can hold about 250 people, right? Now I said, hey, I got a list of 20 people that I want to come to the wedding. I'm paying for this at my house. I want these 20 people to come. Do y'all know Saturday, I see one of my friends at the golf course, right? He's supposed to come to the wedding. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna see you at the wedding, right? He said, I only got an announcement. I didn't get an invite. I'm like, nah. I'll let my girlfriend and stepdaughter know to send out the invitations on these few people, and then you're supposed to get an invite. He said, I got something, but it was an announcement. So we walked to his car because I want to check, right? And sure enough, it was an announcement. So I went and talked to my girlfriend and said, did you invite those 20 people to the wedding that I told you about? Man, she didn't invite none of them.
Ain't that about some shit? So she didn't invite any of this man's friends to the wedding that I guess he requested they invite her to. Oh boy. Ain't that about...
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
She said 250 people was a little tight, and I don't think we can get your 20 people in there. Man, I was pissed. And the people that were supposed to come, they pissed as well. Then she's gonna say if any of the people that we already invited don't RSVP, then we'll get some of your people in here. I'm like, what? Man, that's crazy, man. Don't even worry about it, man. I'll just be mad. All right. So now, the crazy part about it is when I check the invitations, they don't even have my name on them. They have her real daddy and her on the invitation that I paid for.
Okay, so this man, the stepfather, was not even invited to his stepdaughter's own wedding, but the biological father was? Wow.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
Okay, that is just low. So bottom line, I guess this man's girlfriend, this man's girlfriend, first of all, didn't invite any of his friends to her daughter's wedding, and second of all, invite the biological father and not the stepfather. Ain't that about some shit? This is why you shouldn't try to be stepfather. So now he's finding out the hard way what happens when you try to be a stepfather. He's learning the hard way what happens when you try to play stepdaddy. It ain't gonna work out for him. It just ain't, but fair use, fair use.
Well, I paid for these invitations. How you got a real daddy on there, her mama on there? Cool. Couple days later, I'm hosting the venue at my house, hosting the wedding family at my house, okay? It's me, stepdaughter, girlfriend, groom, and their parents, right? Trying to help everybody get real acquainted. Then a surprise guest shows up. My stepdaughter's real dad. And I'm like, you know what? We're cool. He probably just coming to the wedding, right? But tell me why my stepdaughter proceeds to stand up and announce that her real daddy is giving her away at the wedding. What?
Okay, so her real father is going to walk her down the aisle, not the stepfather. What I tell you, folks, you're playing second fiddle to the stepfather. If that young child, if she is a child, gets married, guess who's going to walk her down the aisle? Not you, Mr. Bonus Dad, but her real biological dad. And I found it kind of strange that even though he didn't contribute a damn thing to the finances, let alone child support or alimony, whatever he's supposed to pay, shoot, he's still allowed to just walk into their life and walk down the aisle, walk his daughter down the aisle. Ain't that about something? That's like baking a cake and then the guy that didn't contribute to the ingredients wants a piece of it. You ain't getting shit because you didn't help in trying to build the damn thing. So the biological father didn't contribute anything to the family dynamic. Why does he get offered the right or the privilege or whatever to walk his daughter down the aisle, and not the man that was been there through thick and thin and was even there for her when she was going to school and being unemployed? Seriously, why? This man did all the work while the biological father did little to nothing. And still the father gets to walk down the aisle with the daughter. This will let you know. This proves it. The biological father is always going to come in first to the stepfather. Again, a stepfather is, well, you already saw the banner. For those of y'all that just came in, let me show you this. Look at number 3. That's what the definition of a stepfather is. A bonus dad. That's essentially what this man is. It's a freaking bonus dad. Oh my God. That's all you are, is a bonus dad. Bottom line, point blank, but anyways, fair use.
The wedding that I'm paying for in my house, the daddy don't do nothing for you, is giving you away. Oh, and they were just so happy and smiling. Oh, yay, great. Inside, I was fuming. Inside, I wanted to cry or punch somebody. Probably want to do both, honestly. So
you ain't punching me, shit.
I took that time to stand up and give a toast as well. I said, you know, I owe the groom and the bride a deep debt of gratitude because they have opened my eyes tonight. Oh, everybody at the table was just smiling. They have let me know that my position in this family is not what I thought it was.
I could have told you that. But anyways, fair use.
Oh, you should have saw the frowns, man. Now they mad. It done got serious. I let them know I am not the godfather or, you know, the head of the family that I thought I was, the loved one that would be seeked out in times of need. Nah. I realized I'm an ATM.
Wow.
Yeah. So, since I have been replaced as of the wedding, I shall be relinquishing, giving my financial duties to the new host, and I will back out monetarily. Yeah. Yep. Now, after the announcement, a whole lot of snickering was going on around the table, right? A lot of mumbling, but they didn't say anything to me. Nobody addressed me now. Now, later that night, tell me why my girlfriend gonna come to me talking about how I'm ruining so much. How I'm ruining so much for backing out, and how her daughter ain't gonna have her dream wedding, and how her daughter ain't this and that. Okay, what?
How she not gonna have a dream wedding if everybody that's on the list is there? If this man's not on the list, if people that you don't want there are on the, if the people you want show up at the wedding, how is it not a dream wedding? You made it very clear that this man is not important. You made it clear that his friends or family members you want to invite to damn wedding were not important. So yeah, you got the people you wanted. So how is it not looked at as a dream wedding? I tell you some people. It's just mind-boggling, I tell you. But anyways, fair use.
Well, it's apparent that I'm not family in this family. So the family should take care of it, right? That's my stepdaughter. I mean, it ain't even my stepdaughter, really. It's my girlfriend. I just happen to be around her for the last 10 years. But tell me why the next day, my girlfriend trying to show me how much I'm ruined, right? She takes me to where they planning the wedding, and the wedding planner showed me, you know, all the things they got going down, everything they got set up. I look at the venue. They got some father-daughter dances, right? 3 songs. All of them cater to her real dad, not me. I looked at the food they got. 2 of the dishes got stuff I'm allergic to in it. I just started laughing. Like, they want me to pay for this. His name on it, not mine. His songs, not mine. The food, I can't eat the food. And the 20 people out of 250 that they can't even come in my house. Wow.
The house that he's paying for and the 250 people that he invited couldn't even show up at the damn wedding. Oh, God almighty. So yeah, this gentleman learned the hard way why it's probably not good to be a stepfather. Especially to a belligerent woman like that. Seriously. Because because the biological father is always going to come first. Always. Yeah. But anyways, fair use.
Okay. It's wild, man. So I went on ahead and let her know I will not be there, and neither will my money. Yeah. And they would no longer be at my house either. And you would no longer be at my house or your daughter. Because, yeah, I'm not family. I'm not even important enough to be put up on the brochure. It's crazy, man. Yeah. Another a-hole for refusing.
This is why I would never be a stepfather. Now look, I'm not one of these people who bash men who choose to be stepfathers.
I'm not either.
Do fine. But it's very 50-50. And those odds for me aren't good. It's like marriage. I've seen situations where it's worked out great. And the children, they want a stepfather to adopt them. And it's fantastic. But then you get situations like this. Firstly, this man's wife never respects him.
Exactly. Now, some of y'all might be thinking, well, then he should have chose a better woman. Well, maybe he should have. But the way I look at it, folks, it's not about choosing somebody or whatever. It's not too much about choosing somebody. When it comes down to the grand scheme of things, the title stepfather means something. The title stepfather truly means something. And let's go back to this banner right here. Yeah, a bonus dad. That's all it really means, a bonus dad. So when you stop and think about it, any female who accepts a man as a stepfather of her children is basically putting that man in a position of bonus dad. That's all it really is. So you could say he chose to be the stepfather to a wrong woman and the wrong child. You could argue that. But then when you get down to the grand scheme of things and see the definition of a bonus of a stepdad, you see what it really is. You see what it truly is. It's just a bonus dad. It's just a freaking bonus dad. That's all it is. So this is why me personally, I cannot support this whole stepfather thing. I'm not a bonus anything. The most I've ever been was a bonus fuck buddy, but that's something else. I digress on that. It's probably not good to be a bonus anything when it comes down to it. So that's exactly why that situation turned out the way it did. But anyways, fair use.
The child never respects him because I've also seen situations where the stepfather and the father both walk the child down the aisle.
Wow. And how rare does that happen? Well, those of y'all listening back there, how rare does that happen? How rare does that happen when you got the stepfather and the biological father walking the daughter down the aisle? I don't know about y'all, but to me, that doesn't happen as often as you think, in my opinion. To me, that just doesn't happen as often as it needs to happen. I mean, biological dad and bonus dad walking the father down the aisle, I don't know. It may seem endearing to look at first, but at least that's better than nothing. That's better than the biological dad outshining the stepfather. But when you sign on for that position, you're basically that's what you're putting yourself in. Don't make a lot of sense talking about, oh, this is what a real man does. This is how a real man should act. But then when shit like this happens, you're so quick to blame the man for everything. I generally blame both the man and the woman. I say the man is at fault because he should have known that, hey, by being a stepfather, this is what you're signing up for. I blame the woman because she should know better as well. She should know that she wants this to work out. She can't use him as just being a bonus dad. She wants leadership in that household. She can't just do it all by her damn self. Why have a man around? You're not going to let him lead. Seriously. So, yeah, I blame both of them. So yeah, that is some straight up bullshit right there. Straight up bullshit right there. All right, fair use.
I'm gonna give you that.
I don't want a boyfriend. I want like a stay-at-home girlfriend. I want like the trophy wife. You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
And the children, they want the stepfather to adopt them, and it's fantastic. But then you get situations like this. Firstly, this man's wife never respected him. The child never respected him, because I've also seen situations where the stepfather and the father both walk the child down the aisle.
And again, how does that happen? Because you don't hear about that happening too often. But anyways.
She didn't want to give you that. Damn.
I don't want a boyfriend.
Okay, I'm in the video right there. That's okay. It was more, but that's basically what I wanted to talk about. The stepfather thing. This is why I personally don't support the idea of being a stepfather. Because when bullshit like that pop off, it's like, what happened? What went wrong? So yeah, that's just my take on that whole thing. And and like I said, anybody want to come up? Okay, all right. Swag, if you can, come back up here. The link is in the description right here. If anybody wants to come up and chop it up with your boy, feel free to do so if you would do so kindly. Excuse me. I see as of right now, there's nobody on the panel, but that's okay because we're going to keep this show going. Again, anybody that want to come up and chop it up with your boy, feel free to do so. The link is right there in the description. And if you do come up, I will be having this banner up here. Yeah, because you're not finna P-bomb my ass. No, that ain't happening. That shit just ain't happening. No. You ain't got to cam up, but at least identify yourself when I bring you on the panel. That's all you really need to do. But yeah, today's topic, we're talking about stepfathers and why it's not a bad idea. And that example right there just proves why being a stepfather is truly not a good idea. Because like I said, you're nothing more than a bonus dad. That man even admitted it. He found that he came to understand that he was a damn ATM. He was nothing but an ATM that these women just want to mooch off of, that the mother and the daughter wanted to simply mooch off of. Ain't that about some shit? Ain't that about something? The only way the stepfather thing could work is if the woman grants access of grant the power to said man. That's the only way it's ever going to work. It won't work any other way. Bottom line, point blank and simple. It's not about that having the emotional intelligence or the maturity to deal with somebody. Honestly, a mature man would know what the hell he's getting himself into before he signed on for some shit like this. An emotionally mature person will understand what the heck they're doing before they decide to sign on for this kind of stuff. So what's with the damn shaming tactics of, oh, he's not emotionally intelligent and all this kind of dumbass shit that I've been hearing for a while? It ain't about shaming you single mothers. It's about letting you single mothers know where y'all stand. The same way y'all would like to let men know where they stand, we'll let these women know where they stand too. When you're a single mother, it's going to be hard for you to find a man that wants to settle down with you, because most guys in their right mind don't want to be a stepfather, aka bonus dad. I mean, would y'all ladies want to be a stepmom, aka bonus mom? And I don't know about y'all, but I've seen women who take on other people who take on a role of stepmother be a little bit more successful compared to the man being a stepfather. Maybe I'll do a show on that one day. Which is better, a stepmom or a stepfather? Anybody in the comments can answer this. Which do you think has a greater success, a stepfather role or a stepmother role? Because both more or less carry the same risk. Bonus dad, bonus mom. You're not the real biological parents, so still you're just a bonus parents. They both carry the same stigma. But which one do y'all think is worse, the stepfather role or the stepmother role? Let me know what you think about that in the comments section below. Oh boy. I am not about to fall asleep on my own live, but okay, I have a show to put on. And damn it, I'm gonna do it one way or another through hell and high water. Okay, I see nobody's coming up here. I still have more to show y'all, but I see as of right now, nobody's coming up here. So here's what I'm gonna do as usual. I gotta go downstairs and get something anyway, so I'm gonna take a brief string break. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. And until then, enjoy this audio and visual. Enjoy this little countdown video. Be right back. Don't go away. If you hit the link before I get back, just stay there and just don't just drop off, because I love having conversations with people. Just have to wait down there until I get back, okay? So anybody hit the link while I'm gone, just hang tight. I'll be right back. I got to head downstairs and take care of some things, okay? All right, ladies and gents, be right back.
Hustler in Muscular. Fight on.
Okay, I'm back. Had to go downstairs for a second, but I'm back. No one's coming up, so hey, I thought why not take a brief stream break, give people time to come on the show and show their support, if they would be so kind. All right. So now I'm gonna play a video real quick, and I'm gonna give my 2 cents on it. All right. Anybody back there listening? Let me know what you think of this one. Fair use, fair use.
So you're saying that you wouldn't be...
Not that video. Hold on.
Here's what single moms don't understand about the next man they marry. We're not just marrying you and your children. We're also marrying your baby daddies, like an unspoken open relationship. If he calls about his kids, we have to allow it. If his child is sick, we have to let him come over. If the child needs the hospital and the daddy feels uneasy with us going, we have to stay away. For parents' night at school, your baby daddy goes, but we stay behind. For family functions where your family expects him, we have to stay home or be the third wheel. If it's your daughter going to daddy date night, we have to be cool with the baby daddy taking her. When it comes to discipline, we do something he doesn't like, we have to back down like simps. If we have certain religious beliefs that the daddy doesn't want for that child, we have to grin and bear it.
Well, that's the whole video, but I think he made his point. Again, if you're taking on the role of stepfather, you basically have to abide by those rules. Again, you're only a bonus dad. You're coming in second best. You're only second best to the biological father. And like you said, you're not only marrying that woman, you're marrying her children and the baby daddy and whatever relatives she have. Again, a package deal, as some people like to call it. And that's why I tell anybody, be careful who you marry, because you're not just marrying that person, you're marrying that whole family. That's why the last thing you want to do is marry someone coming from a chaotic family. So yeah, you do have to be careful with that. And I posed this question earlier. If anybody's back there listening, who do you think has it harder, the stepfather or the stepmother? Let me know what you think in the comments, or come on a panel and let me know what you think about that. Which is worse, a stepfather or a stepmother? Because they both come with the same, you know, because they, how should I put this? They both more or less come with the same kind of stuff that being a stepfather would be. A stepmom, you have to go through the same thing a stepdaddy got to go through. Put it like that. So it's debatable which is worse. Because we don't hear a lot of stories about stepmothers being disrespected by the kids, even though we know it does happen. Usually it's the stepfather that bears the brunt of that. So it begs the question, which is worse, a stepfather or a man trying to be a stepfather, or a woman trying to be a stepmother? What do y'all think? Let me know in the comments what y'all think of that. Which one is worse? Ain't no right or wrong answer. It's more opinionated. Anybody can come up and talk about that. It's more opinionated, if anything. All right.
Try cat.
Okay, now I'm finna play my next video. Let me know what you think of this one. All right. Now let's see here. All right, here we go. And once again, shout out to my homegirl Riva from Riva TV. Like, comment, subscribe to her channel, because she does put out some good content. As a matter of fact, let me put this message out here again, like I always do.
The life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game, hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef, I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat, best believe. Yo, it's the life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game, hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef, I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat, best believe and achieve.
All right, shout out to Riva once again. All right, let's get into this video. All right, fair use, fair use.
Guys, it's your girl Riva, and I am back again with another video. If you're new here, my name is Riva, and I'm here to give you guys my reaction.
Rocking with her for over a year.
Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up, and I'm gonna go ahead and press play. I saw this video in the wonderful world of TikTok. Okay, now there is not any visual to this video. Like, there is, but there's not. You guys are gonna see when I press play. But I saw it when I was literally just scrolling, and I think there's a deeper conversation to be had. Let me press play. You guys will see what I'm talking about, and then you'll understand where I'm coming from.
Oh, by the way, this text, hold on. This text says, part 1 of the reason I was kicked out of my mother's house with my 9-month-old baby. Wow. A 9-month-old baby. Ain't that about something? Okay, fair use.
Understandably, you take care of your baby, but the people who brought you back over here, the person who brought you back over here, still ain't getting no kind of respect. Ain't nothing. Nothing. Well, you need to pay attention. Don't let me distract you, because this is what I'm talking about. The average shit I'm talking about, y'all. This is the fucking snow. Let me talk.
What the fuck did I do to you to make y'all motherfuckers?
Okay, this says, hold on. This says I was working 12-hour shifts while paying for daycare and finding a way back and forth to work and to pick up my daughter. They wasn't helping me with anything at all. Mind you, I was 19. Wow. Okay, now who's going through this? Who is going through that? That's a lot to go through. That's some shit to go through, but okay.
What did Antonio do? No, let me talk. What did I do? I want to hear. What I do? No, be quiet, please. I want to hear the reason, because it's a reason why they keep fucking you. What's the reason that you don't know? Is this the reason? I ain't never try to help y'all ever since I met you. Look at me when I'm talking. That's the problem. That shit right there, your attitude. That attitude, for real. You keep twisting up your fucking mouth. You ain't gonna be sat out to your head. You twist that shit up outside in the fucking cold. And your stomach be in the back of your fucking back. That's the shit I'm talking.
Hold on. This is okay. It said this is excuse me. This is my mom and her boyfriend, Antonio Houston. Okay. He was mad that I didn't include him in my life at all. Hold on, damn this phone. Okay. He was mad that I didn't include him in my life at all. Never said a word to him when I come home, when I come out of his room and go into mine. Okay. Oh man, my sister was the same way with him. He has a horrible attitude, very disturbing. He has no respect for my mom's kids. Never had just listened to how he talks. Okay. So I guess this woman's mom and her boyfriend. So I guess this man is the boyfriend of her mother, or stepfather, or the mother of her boyfriend and the stepfather to the young woman. So I guess I'm trying to get some context on this. So the mom and the boyfriend, and I guess the boyfriend is mad that he's not basically an important part of her life. Basically, not much of an important part, in the daughter's life, nor is he an important part in the mom's life. That's basically what I'm getting out of it. Yep, one reason why you shouldn't be a stepfather. Okay, fair use.
Talking about that dumb ass fucking attitude shit. Here's the problem. Listen, you can leave right now. Leave quiet. You can leave fucking right now. Real shit. I don't care if you don't want to fucking be here. I don't care if you're fucking mad at me. I don't care. I'm not going anywhere. Know that. No reason. I don't care about that shit. You can fucking leave. You think you're fucking grown? Get the fuck on. So what's the problem? Can twist up your fucking mouth. I don't care. That's the fucking part about that baby and shit. You're not a fucking baby. You say you fucking grown, do shit on your fucking own. You can't give us an answer on what's your issue with. You're gonna have to have some kind of fucking answer.
What's the issue? Like,
y'all that attitude shit. When I open up the door, be quiet, please. Let me talk. That's the problem. When I open up the fucking door with my shit and you don't say nothing to me and my shit, that's a problem. I don't care. I don't care nothing about this shit.
Okay, disrespecting a man in his own house is inappropriate. Just so you know. Yeah.
Like I said, you twisting up your fucking mouth, you smiling all that shit. Wait till you get out there with them advocates who won't beat your fucking ass.
He said this occurred on December 2020. I was 19 years old with an 8-month-old. Oh, okay. So she was 19 years old with an 8-month-old baby. Ain't that about some shit?
I don't care about that shit. That's the problem. But sit down so we can have a normal conversation. It ain't the problem. I was saying don't yell in front of the baby.
Oh, I get it. So this man is having an argument with his girlfriend in front of the daughter who has an 8-month-old baby. Ain't that about some shit? Oh boy. And I always say, for those of us who are parents, don't have these kind of arguments when kids are around. Please be discreet with that shit. And let it be known this is grown folks talking and the kids have no involvement in it whatsoever. But anyways, fair use.
It need to be some resolution up in here because you got my husband upset, you got me upset.
I barely
you got me upset. It don't matter.
I barely said
you still ain't apologize to me about nothing that you said or did wrong.
No.
And you act like you don't have you don't act like you don't supposed to apologize.
All right, guys. So this is there's a lot going on. So let me give you guys the backstory and excuse the audio for the video because obviously she's recording, but like she's not like in front of them recording that she's recording. So it's kind of a little bit distorted. But anyway, let me give you the backstory. So the person recording is the daughter of the household, right? So
yeah, I kind of figured that. Yep.
The first person that comes in to speak to her is her mother. The male voice that you hear is the mother's husband, right? She said
I thought it was boyfriend, but okay.
Her mom's boyfriend. Her mom said the husband. So I guess they've been together for a long time. So what happened is that based off of the context of the video, I don't know these people. I don't know the full story. I just know what was told within this video. She left and she moved back in, and basically the mother and the mother's husband, the stepfather, essentially, they're not okay with the disrespect, right? So she comes in the house based off of the context of the video and what she wrote on the screen. She doesn't speak to him. If he comes in the house, she immediately goes into her room. She doesn't have anything to say to him. And as a man, just being clear, now we can, you know, the way that he's communicating, I understand, right? I could understand if somebody got offended by the way that he's communicating. But at the end of the day, he is a man, okay? He's a man, and obviously everybody knows how everybody talks.
Exactly. Like she said, at the end of the day, he's going to be a man. I mean, why should we excuse bad behavior by females and say that's just women being women? But then when men have a moment like that, oh, now it's a problem. It's toxic masculinity, as people like to call it. Seriously. I mean, unless this stepfather's an abusive asshole, that's one thing. But if he's not being an abusive asshole, just wants respect in his household by both the mother and the daughter, then that's something completely different. But anyways, fair use.
Okay, there's some people who use a lot of profanity when they talk. There's some people who don't use any profanity when they talk.
Yep, I kind of fall in the middle. And people who know me in this YouTube community know how I roll. I use mild profanity, even on my channel. Yes, it's mild. Keep it at a minimum, as I always say. But anyway, fair use.
But they're not new to him. Okay, so obviously they all communicate with each other in a certain way. That's number one. Number two, he is expressing that he is the person that's paying the bills, as is the mother. That is their home. You left, you moved somewhere else. You can't come back into this home where he and the mother are paying the bills for the home and disrespect the people who are in charge in that house. It does not work like that.
Yeah, that makes sense when you put it like that. Yeah. The people who own the house and are paying the bills, you have to be respectful to them at all times. That makes sense. So if that's what he's upset about, then yeah. Makes perfect sense why he would be pissed off.
Bottom line, it doesn't matter how you feel about the person. If you don't like the person, don't move with that person. Just being honest. Find a different family member to move with. If you can't respect that person, find somewhere else to live, because that's where he lives. That's where he pays bills alongside your mother. So if you cannot, agree with them, or if you don't like him and you can't stand him, every time he comes around, you got to run somewhere else. You can't greet him, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. You can't do any of that with that person. You should not live in the same house with that person.
That's a good point. Why should you live with someone that you don't respect? And it kind of begs the question, why do females get in relationships with men that they have little to no respect for? Why do they want to deal with men that they know that their stance? Why would they get in relationships with men who have standards that they're not going to honor? Now, given her situation being 19, maybe she has no choice but to move in with these people. But I always say, when you have no choice but to live with somebody, you also have no choice but to abide by their standards and their fucking rules. That's how that works. Best to have your own place. That way you can act however you want to act and can't nobody tell you anything. When you're under somebody else's roof, you just have to abide by their standards whether you like it or not. Bottom line. Fair use, fair use.
That's all. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Right? Like that's literally all there is to it. If you cannot respect someone, you should not live in their home. Because why should the person who pays the light bill, the water bill, the internet bill, the rent or mortgage for a place feel like they have to walk on eggshells within their own home? It doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay? Now the mother comes in, she's kind of like even-tempered, right? And I think that's where people are getting the conversation misconstrued, because in the comment section of this video, when I tell you the things that women were saying, oh, he obviously wants you, that's why he got an attitude. Oh, what kind of man get mad that you don't talk to them? He's clearly mad that he made the wrong choice and he really wants to be with you. Like, this is what people are saying.
What?
This is what people are saying. Oh,
Okay, I'm back. Now let's get back into this video. Okay, fair use. Damn, this computer. Fair use.
He obviously mad that you're not giving him no attention. That's why he's so mad. Who gets mad that somebody don't talk to them? Are you kidding me? Like C-A-P. Cap.
You gotta be kidding me.
The mother's husband, the stepfather, essentially. As a man, just being clear. Now we can, you know, the way that he's communicating, I understand, right? I could understand somewhere else to live because that's where he lives. That's where he pays bills alongside your mother. So if you cannot, you know, agree mortgage for a place, feel like they have to walk on eggshells within their own home. It doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Now the mother comes in, she's kind of like even-tempered, right? And I think that's where people are getting the conversation misconstrued, because in the comment section of this video, when I tell you the things that women were saying, oh, he obviously wants you, that's why he got an attitude. Oh, what kind of men get mad that you don't talk to them? He's clearly mad that he made the wrong choice and he really wants
the cap.
Oh, he obviously mad that you're not giving him no attention. That's why he's so mad. Who gets mad that somebody don't talk to them? Are you kidding me? Like,
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Illogical. Now, I think that people are missing the point of the video, right? But the mom is kind of like even-tempered. That's probably her nature. That's probably just how she is as a person. Now, they're trying to compare, well, your mom isn't even yelling at you. Why he yelling at you? They're two different people.
Of course.
Right? With two different points of views, two different extremes. And obviously, she's speaking to her mother. Obviously, she speaks to her mother. But she doesn't speak to this other person, and it's disrespectful. And I think that a lot of younger people, just to be honest, as soon as they get like maybe 17, 18, 19, and they feel like because they can participate in adult acts, they feel like it makes them grown. So once they feel that they're grown, they feel that there's no need for them to show respect to anybody, right? Their parents included.
Yeah, little do they understand, part of being grown is showing respect to other people, younger or older. Just saying.
They feel like there's no reason that me and you are basically the same thing. So
No,
you
they're
can't
not.
tell me nothing and I don't have to listen to you. And it's not right, because if that's the case, if you want to move like that, right? And if you really are about that life of being grown, then you would be grown in your own place. You would be grown living with somebody else that's not them. But you can't be disrespecting the people that you live with. That don't make no sense to me. To be honest with you, it doesn't make no sense to me. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people don't want to be stepfathers. Just gonna put it out there.
Makes sense to me.
This is why. And we can't miss the fact that obviously she's not used to having a man in her home, or obviously she's not used to having to listen to a man, or used to having to respect a man, because this is not her father. And she said she had siblings before too. It's not their father either. So obviously this is somebody that the mother is with after the kids are already of age. This is why a lot of men reject that lifestyle, because they don't want to have to deal with a lot of times the disrespect that comes with it, especially when the kids are at a certain age.
Exactly. Right. That's exactly why we don't want to take up the role of being a stepfather. Because like I said at the beginning, you're just a bonus dad. And a bonus dad is always going to be second best to the father. So that's the main reason why we don't want to take up that role. And the disrespect that comes with it is intolerable. But yeah, fair use.
Because who are you? You're not my dad. You can't tell me nothing. You're just some random man. Oh, you think because you sleep with my... Y'all know what I'm talking about.
And again, it's the woman that has to grant that power to that man. She can't be, sided with the kids talking about, oh, you can't tell my kids what to do, yada, 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 bullshit like this. No, it don't work that way. You want that man to be the head of the household. You have to grant him authority over not only the kids, but the house as well. That's the only way it's going to work. If the single mothers control that dynamic, and whether or not they're going to give it to you, that's left entirely up to her. And some of y'all might be thinking this. Well, if the stepfather wants respect, he needs to do something to earn that respect. It's clear that he's not doing something right. Well, maybe he's not. But guess what? Even if he does do something right or whatever, even if he is doing everything right, there's no guarantee that that woman, that the single mom, is going to respect him as a stepfather and head of the household. Yes, do what you have to do to earn that respect, but don't think that it's a guaranteed, surefire way to get the respect that you deserve from said single mother. It just don't work that way. Nothing is guaranteed. You can't blame yourself for everything. I mean, granted, I would say any man taking up a stepfather role is a goddamn fool, but hey, to each his own, I guess. And like my man Swag just said in the comment section, best that you don't take up being a stepfather unless you got kids of your own. Best that you don't take up that role unless you got kids of your own. Just like my man Swag just said. Yeah. And since I don't have kids of my own, I'm not doing that. I just couldn't do it. It ain't happening. No. But anyways, fair use.
Talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't feel, okay, again, we don't know all the context of the conversation. I don't personally, it's my opinion based off of this video, okay? I don't feel that even though she didn't talk within this video, based off of what the mother was saying and based off of what the, mom's husband was saying, stepfather was saying, I don't feel that the woman who recorded this video is necessarily the victim in this situation. Just based on this video. Now, if I heard the entire story, if I got more context, I don't know. But based off of this video that I've seen, the way that people were acting in the comment section like she is such a victim, I don't feel that way. Because nobody, unless they're literally not in their right mind, is going to just come in to you and just, blatantly go off on you out of nowhere. Unless they have literal mental health issues.
Yeah, that does happen.
And the mother, even though she was even-tempered, she came in and she said, we need to resolve this issue because we need some respect in this house. What did he do to you? Nothing. Okay, so why are you treating him like this? That means that it's also something that she has observed. So unless they both crazy, I don't know what to say. I also saw in the comment section, people were saying, oh, what kind of mother would allow her man to talk to her child like that? Oh, what kind of mother would put a man in front of her child? This girl has a baby.
Well, first of all, she's not a child. She's 19 years old, legally an adult. And second of all, what did she do to make that man want to go off? You can't just put all the blame on you can't just put all the blame on the man. It's amazing how we'll try to make women feel like the victims, but make the men feel like the perpetrators in every single situation without knowing the context of those situations. Oh, man.
Grown. She is grown. She's living her life. If she moves out tomorrow, the mother's going to be alone. She's not going to have anybody. No, this young woman came back into her mother's home, okay, seeking refuge, help, assistance, or whatever it is, because she went out there, she had a baby, she came back home, okay, and is upstirring the peace that was already within that home. Again, if you got it like that, if nobody can't tell you nothing, you grown because you got a baby, then you got to find somewhere else to stay.
Exactly. And let it be known, having kids does not necessarily make you grown. It's one of the aspects of being an adult. But hell, you have to be a responsible parent to said children. That's like me saying I got a car, so I must be grown. Yeah, are you taking care of that car? Are you driving responsibly? How you handle these things is what's going to determine are you an adult or not. So yeah, she's acting like that in her stepfather and her mother's house and stepfather's house. She needs to get the fuck up out of there and go someplace else. Yeah. But anyways, fair use.
No one goes to somebody for help and then literally disrespects them and is like, oh, well, you got to deal with it because you helping me. It doesn't work like that. It literally doesn't work like that. And again, more people who had like healthier relationships with their fathers, they understand this kind of conversation. They understand that once a man is going off, you know, you just sit there and you gotta, you know, especially, you know, the way that that person was raised or the way that they control conversations, he's scolding her, right? He's fed up, he's scolding her. He even walked away from the conversation.
The best way to handle it, I guess.
He even walked away because he just is like, I don't deserve this kind of treatment. I know what I put into this situation, and I'm not going to take this over and over again, and you feel like I have to deal with it. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Again, people communicate in very different ways. Okay? So putting this on the internet and for people to say, I can't believe he talks like that. Well, maybe you're not used to that kind of communication, but I don't believe that she's not used to that kind of communication. I'm just being honest.
Could be.
Okay? I'm just from my observation. I don't think that was the point that she was trying to make. I think the point that she was trying to make is that I can't believe they're trying to put me out. Well, they can't believe that you're trying to disrespect them within their own house.
Bullshit.
I want to know genuinely what you guys think about this video. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up. But also comment down below you guys' opinions on this video.
Yeah. Well, that's the video right there. Wow. That caused polarizing opinions.
The life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game. Hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef. I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat. Best believe. Yo, it's the life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game. Hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef. I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat. Best believe and achieve.
Yep, that about sums it up. And this is the reason why you should not take up the role of a stepfather. The disrespect you're going to have to deal with when it comes to disciplining the kids, ain't no way in hell people are just gonna, ain't no way in hell no self-righteous man just gonna sit back and tolerate that kind of nonsense. No, it just ain't happening. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, everybody got their own polarizing opinions on this kind of stuff. But me personally, I just couldn't do it, especially if you're like me and don't have kids of your own. But again, I guess the reason why people do that is because they just get desperate. You know, you're a single man with no girlfriend, no wife, no kids. So what do? Take on and you're knocking on 40 yourself. You're too old to be out here playing the field, running the streets, going to the clubs. You're too old for that. So what do? You're just gonna shack up with the very first woman that's that's probably already got kids already. Just gonna shack up with someone that's already got kids and hope for the best, just so you can say you got a family. So yeah, it's a real mess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have another video to show you. Now, give me your thoughts and opinions on this. Anyways, fair use, fair use.
You're saying that you wouldn't be with a single mother that's a millionaire?
It wouldn't be my first option, no. If I wanted to have a family and children?
You said a millionaire wouldn't want to be with a single mother that's a millionaire.
If he can go ahead and get a girl that doesn't have a child, he'll prefer that, yes. Men are very different than women, because when a guy comes into a woman's relationship, or a relationship with a woman and she has a child, he's going to be expected to take care of that child to a degree. That's just how it is. You don't just get with that girl, you get with that girl and that child. And here's the other thing you got to remember. If we break up and I build a bond with that child, I now lose you and the child. And I can't have any type of parental rights to that child. It's your biological child, not mine. I'm a stepfather, so I have no rights to that child. So I lose you, the child, alimony, house, 50%. So it's an L for me. It's not worth the risk.
I'm gonna step up.
More men to become stepfathers.
Yeah. And that's something else you got to consider. You can't have a man try to be a stepfather, have him bond with the child, but then when a woman breaks up with the man, and now he got to break up with the child as well. And he or she, them, they, or whatever, going to be sitting around wondering, hey, how come this guy doesn't come around anymore? So that's something else you got to deal with too. You can't get attached to the kids, and then when things don't work out, now you got to dip out. So that's something. So that's something else you really have to consider when it comes to this old stepdaddy stuff, because they always say that they're a package deal. You're not only marrying her, you're marrying the kids and, of course, the baby daddy, as mentioned in the previous video. So who wants to take a deal like that, knowing that they're going to be knowing that they're going to be considered second best to the biological father? And who wants to take up that deal knowing there's a good chance they're going to bond with the kids, get attached to them, and then when shit go left, now they got to detach themselves from said kids? Nah. What man wants to put himself in that kind of situation? It don't make any sense to do that. But that's just the way they look at it. That is just the way they look at it. Killer Swag said, gotta be the bonus dad out here. I ain't trying to be no damn bonus dad. I don't know about you, Swag, but I can't be no bonus dad. Nuh-uh. I'm not about to be no damn bonus father. No, no, no. I recommend you don't do that. Now, yeah, kids of your own, that's one thing. Make it work. But if you're like me and you don't have kids at all, no. I recommend you do not try to take up that role of being a so-called stepfather, aka a bonus dad. Nah. Again, I had a female I used to work with at my last job. She took a picture with the guy, and the caption, she said, "Congrats to the bonus dad." Really? AKA stepfather. It's like the way she advertised that just made it seem like, oh, he's just an extra. He's just there for, I don't know, extra assistance whenever the father ain't around. The way she advertised that, oh my God. Swag said, wait, hold on a minute. Oh, well, welcome back, Cynical. Cynical once said, being a stepdad is a huge responsibility. It's also a huge headache as well. Gotta remember that. It's also a huge ass headache. Not a stepdaddy, bonus daddy, any daddy. Well, any kind of parental role is stressful. So yeah. It said the older you get, it's harder for you to find people in your age group without kids. Exactly, Cynical. That's my freaking point. That's what I was saying earlier. If you're like me, someone with no kids, it becomes hard to find someone in the age range that doesn't have kids. Now, you could just date younger. You're 39, date a 31, 32-year-old, or 21, 29, 28-year-old, but y'all gonna shame us just for that, saying that, oh, she's too young. Oh, this is being a lover of children. You want the innocence of a child. So we can't date younger because we're going to catch a lot of hell for that. But at the same time, y'all know a 39-year-old man trying to date a 30-year-old woman. It's just not going to look right on the surface level because, first of all, the older we get, the more stuck in our ways we get for both men and women. And second of all, most women over the age of 30 probably already got kids. You got to consider that. I know some person who don't have kids, but they're outnumbered by the others who do have kids. So yeah, it does become hard to find somebody in your age range that doesn't have kids. And even if they don't have kids, they probably can't give you kids. How many 40-year-old women do you know can give a man kids? without it being a high-risk pregnancy. That's something to think about right there. How many of y'all know any 35, 30, 36, 37-year-old women that can actually give birth to a healthy child? Seriously. So no wonder they just try to go after some woman that's already got kids. They can't build a legacy of their own, so they want to go after a woman that's already got a legacy from another man, just claim it as their own, which is not a good idea. No, you're not going to do that. Cynical and say, I'm not going to shame anyone dating people within a 15-year age range. Well, Cynical, you shouldn't, really. Now, granted, if you're 50 years old and she's 18, or you're 40 and she's 18, that's a bit weird. That's where I draw the line. You got to draw the line at some point. If you're 40 and she's 29, then that might work. That's a lot better than you dealing with someone fresh out of high school. At least she's had some life experiences. But people want everybody to date within their own age range. Date somebody that's in your age range. That's the way it needs to be. What am I going to do as a 39-year-old man with no kids, do with a female that's already hit the wall, can't give me kids, or she probably already got kids of her own, but she's stuck in her ways where she's not going to acknowledge me as being the possible leader of a household? Why bother? You see, when you spent your younger years being strong, being independent, being this, that, and the third, when it comes time to shackle with a man, the independence is going to carry over into the household. Now, you were like that from day one. From the time you reach, from using 18 to 20 some years old, that's one thing. But when you spent your whole life being independent, no, it's going to be hard for you to want to tone that down and let a man be in charge. And that's why we prefer not to deal with females our own age, especially if we're trying to build a legacy with a woman. It just ain't happening. That's just not going to happen. And yeah, like Cynical said, it gets hard to find somebody the older we get. Yeah. But I did a show on this a few months ago. Do older men have it harder, or do older women? And we conclude that older women have it harder. From what I understand, a man can find a woman at just about any age. I'm not sure how that works, because I can't imagine a 50-year-old man still scoring good with the women, unless he keeps himself looking good. But women, on the other hand, it's the opposite. Their value starts to go down because their beauty their looks start to fade over time. They're not the bombshells they were when they were younger. So I see how that works. I see exactly how that works. Okay. I have another video to show you here. All right. Take a look at this and let me know what you think. Fair use?
There are, and I'm not saying all, but there are a lot of single mothers who go after weak men. And a lot of them, they know damn well that man ain't gonna get nothing out of it. They know damn well that they can up and leave, take half of his income, get alimony, depending on if they are able to swindle him into legally adopting the children. They can put him on child support. In certain states, you don't even have to have the man legally adopt him. If you can prove that he played a father figure role, you can put that man on child support. When men decide to take on responsibilities that are not theirs, they're taking a very big risk. I do not, me personally, because I can only speak for me, I do not see how it's worth it. When women are usually the ones that leave the relationships. Imagine getting into a relationship with a woman. She got a child. You become attached to the child. Then she up and leave, knowing you got an attachment to that child. And then she look at you and say, you're not your kid, no way.
And those of y'all that missed that disclaimer, it basically said marriages is not about love anymore. It's more of a business arrangement. And yeah, being a stepfather is bad for business, or is a bad business decision. And I think that's another problem. We look at marriage like it's just some sort of business arrangement rather than a man and woman coming together to build a family together. That kind of messes up the whole dynamic of how marriage is supposed to work. We're not doing it out of love anymore. This is the woman or man I want to be with for the rest of my life. Now they're doing it just because it's a business arrangement. It's just a convenience. Like seriously, like I said, you don't want to be 40 years old, single, and don't have anybody, so you'll shack up with anybody just to say you have someone important in your life. Again, these are not right. These are not the best reasons to get married and start a family. But people have been known to do that. They've been known to do that. I'm just saying. So yeah, look, it's just crazy out there. The things people do. The things people do. All right. Now to show this last video off my computer. And shout out to Stack44. He's going to talk about 5 reasons why being a stepfather is a bad deal. Okay, let's hear what he has to say. All right. Fair use.
A stepfather is a bad deal. Before I get started, I want to give a shout out to all my new subscribers, all my regular subscribers.
All right, let's skip that.
Man, probably don't want to get up with 5 reasons why a man probably don't want to be a stepfather or won't go that route with women with children. Is because they fear these points that I'm about to talk about. And I'm going to talk about number 5 all the way to number 1. You got anything to add in the comment section? I'd love to hear from you. Add your 2 cents to it. But let's get right to the 5 reasons. Number 5, what are you doing? A lot of times when you be a stepfather, say if you got 1 child and the woman got 3, and you have your stuff together and she has really nothing, a lot of times people gonna look at you like, what the hell are you doing? Why do you take care of 3 seeds that's not yours? And at the end of the day, the juice might not be worth the squeeze.
Now, earlier I said that if you're a single father, that's the only way that you should shack up with a single mother. That's the only way that could possibly work. But the situation this man just described, I can see it getting messy. You're a single dad with 1 child. Okay, fair enough, depending on how the relationship dynamic work. But she's a single mother with 3 to 4 kids, outnumbering your 1. So you're telling me who's being more reckless who's being more sexually reckless, if anything? Now, if y'all both came from a marriage or something that ended in divorce, or y'all both widowed, that's one thing. But if y'all both got kids because you're both irresponsible with your damn seeds, that's a problem. The single father with 1 child may not be as bad as a single mom with 3 or 4 kids. Like, what the hell are you doing? Now you got to take care of her kids and yours. Even if you don't have kids of your own, again, it's still a bad deal because you're not going to build a legacy with someone that's not your child. It just don't work that way. But anyways, fair use.
You know, I know a guy that took on 4 kids and a woman, and he had no kids. And sometimes I look at that like, what the hell are you doing? So at the end of the day, what are you doing? That question is going to come up a lot. If you have less baggage than her, she have more baggage than you. Now, if you guys have the same amount of baggage, then it might not be so bad. But if you have way less baggage than her and she has way more baggage than you, you're going to hear that question, what are you doing from your family, your friends, your colleagues, everybody. So that's my number 5.
And before he continues, let me put this message out here.
Like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
All right, let's continue. Fair use.
Number 4, bait and switch. What I mean by bait and switch, you'll get a woman and the children to play the part and put you on a pedestal and make you feel like you're the man of the house, the man in the relationship, the stepfather they never had, the father they never had. Draw you in, and you start, believing into this. And then once they know they got you, then they turn to who they really are. And that's including the woman and the children.
Yep, it's called wearing a mask. Their true colors and true nature do come out at that point in time. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, and that does happen more often than people think. I'm just saying, fair use.
And they know what the objective is, and they know what the motive is. And I ain't gonna say all women and children does this, but there's some people out there that are vindictive and crazy like this. They will draw a man in and get a man to love the kids and then get attached to the kids, get attached to the woman, and then all of a sudden they change on. So watch the bait and switch. That's my number 4. Number 3, dealing with the baby daddy or the ex-husband.
Right, and that's a major issue. That's my biggest gripe right there. The baby daddy or husband, ex-husband, I should say. Because there's still, again, like we saw in the previous video, when you're a stepfather, you're basically coming in second best to either one of these types of men. The husband or the boyfriend, or I should say ex-husband or whatever. Whoever the ex is, ex-husband, whatever, whoever the biological father of these kids are, whoever is a biological father, you're coming in second best to him, bottom line. Whether he's an ex-boyfriend or ex-husband, as a stepdaddy or bonus dad, you're going to be second best to him, as I mentioned earlier. But fair use.
So baby daddy could be a mess. He could be a guy that don't even pay child support or not even around, period. The ex-husband could be a jealous, creepy-ass fool that's still stalking. I don't want nobody around my kids.
Exactly.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Who wants to deal with that type of shit? I'm being honest. Nobody wants to deal with that. Everybody wants something to be peaceful, drama-free, if they do take that lethal dealing with that type of baggage. But unfortunately, you know, sometimes women make bad choices, and men, as in ex-husbands or baby daddies, and when you make bad choices, those guys could be clingy, crazy, and all kind of things, and it bring all kind of drama to your life, and you might have to put a restraining order on the situation or a stranglehold on her ass for not having this shit in control. So,
yeah, it becomes very chaotic at the end of the day. Very chaotic. Anybody back there that want to chime in on this, feel free to hit the link and come on up here and talk to your boy. All right.
Make sure you got this in control, or make sure you know what the hell you're doing when you understand what the baby daddy is about and what the ex-husband is about. And please vet that out well. Number 2, she might never respect you just because.
Exactly. Once again, bonus dad.
You took on all this baggage. She will look at you like a big simp. Now, if you guys got the same baggage, that's another thing. But if she got way more baggage than you, and you took her on, her and her kids, eventually she will always seek out the alpha male on the side, and leave you as the safety net guy, because
AKA the human ATM. Yep, sounds about right.
If you took on her and her children, she probably won't even respect you in the long run. She'll be like, this dude will do anything for a woman. And I don't say all, but most women in this day and age, the 95% of these women that think like this and still think they value hoes the same as if they got kids or no kids, and they watch you come in and be Captain Saver, you know what? She might
Saver 304. Yep.
Not even respect you guys. So at the end of the day, you do have grateful women that made bad mistakes with men, that a man will step in and for another man and actually will cherish him and not disrespect him and not think twice and just think that, hey, God send me a blessing. Those women are cool, but you do have those women that's gonna shit test you because she came with all this baggage and you took it on. So watch those types of women. And number
for real
1, why would you want to be second place? And at the end of the day, what I mean,
like I said, second to the biological father, bonus dad again.
Why would you want to be second place? Because at the end of the day, you have all your stuff together, and you move her and her kids in. And at the end of the day, her kids gonna come before you, even though it may be your own house. I've seen guys. I know a guy right now played in the NBA, or he's retired, and he married a chick with 1 child. They had 2 with the chick. And now they're not married no more. But guess what? Since he married her with the child and he had 2 more children with her, she ended up getting his assets or half of his assets and his resources. And he was second place in the first place because he already had a boy when he married her. And then he had 2 more kids or whatever, 3 more kids with her. So at the end of the day, that juice wasn't worth the squeeze. You can see people.
Yeah, exactly. And it's crazy. We see a lot of these athletes make that kind of mistake. Is it just me, or did we see a lot of athletes make that mistake? Point in case that NBA ball player who got that 39-year-old woman pregnant. Yeah, she got a son his age. He was a 22-year-old ball player who got this 39-year-old former adult star pregnant. I'm sure y'all heard that story. So yeah, these athletes tend to make the most reckless decisions. I don't know why. Like that fame and fortune messes with their common knowledge, you know. Anyways, fair use.
People like Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Garnett, all these guys going through these divorces after their playing days, and the juice really wasn't worth the squeeze. And some of these guys are dealing with women that already had kids, and then unfortunately they give half their bag to these type of women. These women are professional gold diggers or simp hunters. That's what I call them. So at the end of the day, guys, that's my list. I'll go over it one more time. Number 5, what are you doing? Ask yourself that. I ain't saying all women are bad, but what are you doing? Weigh up the situation. Number 4, the bait and switch. It could happen with the woman and the child. She could groom the child to suck you in, and then they switch on you. Number 3, baby daddy, ex-husband drama. You don't want that drama in your life. Number 2, she may never respect you because you accepted her baggage. And number 1, why would you want to be second place to somebody that may take it all anyway? So remember these principles, guys. I want you guys to stack attack your life. I want you guys to stack up your life and worry about you versus you, not you versus us.
Yep, that's the video. Yep, and he makes a good point right there. He made some valid points, spot on. And I feel bad for his former NFL friend. I thought it was a good idea to wife up a woman who had one child and didn't have kids by her. And now once they're divorced, have his assets go to her. Ain't that about something? Yeah. So yeah, that's something you got to watch out for as well. Don't let people pull a switch and bait on you. That's why I try to avoid the possibility of there being a switch and bait. I try to avoid situations like that just in case there's a possibility of it being a typical switch and bait type situation. So yeah, we don't need that. That's something we generally do not need. And it's just crazy. He just listed 5 reasons why you should not be a stepfather. And it basically goes hand in hand with the stuff I said earlier. And for those of y'all that just coming in, look at this. This says, "Happy Father's Day to my stepdad, who frankly deserves a medal for putting up with my shit." My God. Oh boy, they should make that a gift card. He said don't put the word shit in there, but in case there's a kid, an underage kid looking at that, but okay, I get it. And the basic definition of a stepfather: strong role model, underneath patience and understanding. Yeah, plenty of patience. Number 2 said a provider, protector, hero, and friend. But number 3, goddamn, bonus dad. Oh God. Let that sink in for those of y'all listening. A bonus dad. So we've come to the conclusion that being a stepfather is nothing more than you just being a bonus father. That's all it really is. You're essentially a bonus dad. And who wants to be second to somebody else? I know I wouldn't. I'm either the main guy or I'm not the guy at all. Bottom line, I just could not do that. But this is the position that some people put themselves in. This is what some people want to do. I mean, it's up to you to make that decision for yourself if you want to undertake such a thing. I just highly advised against it, honestly. Whoops. Okay, I have another video to show. Wow, oh yeah, by the way, folks, make sure you don't eat a full meal before you do a live stream. You'll be tired. You know, I had an energy drink. It's like, damn, I'm still falling asleep. Okay, here's my next video. Let me know what you think about this. Fair use.
I don't think nothing is wrong with being a stepfather when it comes to relationships, because I feel like at the end of the day, those kids, a lot of kids in this world, you know what I'm saying, that we all know, a lot of successful guys, a lot of successful women that help us get to our success in life a lot of times came from being raised by stepfathers and stepmothers. So we can sit here all day on the internet and downplay men for being stepfathers all we want. But some of us wouldn't have the connections that we have if a stepfather didn't came in and raise that man or woman to get to the status where they're at. Not help them, but not get them there, but help them play a role. You know what I'm saying? Came in their life in a vulnerable state where the dad wasn't present or the mom wasn't present, and actually help raise that child to be decent to where that child was able to be successful in their career, and actually help a lot of us get where we're going or trying to get where we're going, or help us get to where we're trying to go. So salute to all the men who play stepfather roles, man. I'm not here to downplay nobody by any means. I want it best for everybody. Hey, love y'all.
Okay. Now, this guy does make some valid points, but again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's the female who has to grant that power to the man. It's the female. It's your job as a single mother to grant that power to the man. No way the man just gonna come in there, expect to be a good husband, a good father, and just everything's gonna be hokey dory. No, it don't work like that. It's just not gonna work like that, I'm afraid. Fuck what you heard, but being a stepfather does not work that way, unfortunately. It's a lot of trial and error to being a stepfather, despite what people may say. But yeah, that's just the way that goes. So it ain't about downplaying anyone that wants to be a stepfather. It's about putting a word out as far as what the hell the stepfather gonna have to deal with in the event they choose to take up that role. That's all that really is. Let them know what the hell is getting themselves into, and let them know why it's not worth it. Anybody want to come up? The link is in the description below. Feel free to chime in on this topic. We're talking about stepfathers and whether or not it's good or bad. All right. Okay, hold on, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Again, anybody wants to come up and speak their piece on this, link is right here. Feel free to do so. All right, let's get back into this discussion about the stepfather and why it's just simply not worth anything. We've already established that. Hey, you're a stepfather, you're second best to the biological father. As you saw in that last guy's story, talking about that his girlfriend or whatever, wife or whatever, and did not only did she not invite the 250 people that he said he wanted to specifically show up at the wedding, but yet she had the nerve to invite the biological father and exclude him out of the ceremony. He can't understand that he was being used as an ATM. That's all he really was, a human ATM machine. And who wants to be treated like that? Seriously. No human being should ever go down that path, ever. Oh, shout out to you, Brienne, my #1 fan. Girl, be cooking like a frying pan. If you're not too busy, my lady, feel free to come up and chop it up with your boy, okay? Show your support. We're talking about stepfathers, whether they're good or bad. Feel free to chop it up with your boy. Glad you could be here. But yeah, anyways, that story was just heartbreaking. I mean, how the hell you gonna invite everybody to the damn wedding? Oh yeah, Cynical One says shout out to you as well. And I appreciate you for being here, Cynical. I'm glad you're back. You and Angela C are my top tier supporters. So thank y'all. I don't know where the hell Angela C is, but I guess having one of y'all up is better than having nobody. So it is what it is. But good to see you, Brienne. What do you think about being a stepfather? Better yet, Brienne, would you recommend anybody being a stepfather? And Brienne, if you're back there looking at this, let me show you something. This is the basic definition of a stepfather. Look at this banner. This is the basic definition. Hold on a minute. This is what a stepfather is like. And Killer Swag said 50-year age difference. Damn, I said the same thing, Swag, but hey, Cynical has a way of thinking. I have my way of thinking. A 10-year age gap, okay. 9 years, 8 years, but 15? Good God Almighty. That's too damn much. That is too goddamn much, even for me. But anyways, those y'all looking, this is, well, Swag already saw it, but Cynical and Brienne, look at this. Stepfather. I read this again earlier, but I'll read it again just for y'all's sake. It's a strong role model, understanding, patience, and understanding. Second is a provider, protector, hero, and friend. Okay, friend, but a hero, protector, who knows? But look at this. Number 3, bonus dad. That's all it is, bonus dad. What do you think of that, Bree Bree? A stepfather, essentially a bonus dad. Oh my God. A bonus dad. Ain't that about some show, boy? That's basically what that is, Bree Bree. Exactly, RB Fatal. I said the same thing. Hell no. You're basically a bonus dad. That's just crazy. And of course, look at this one. Hold on, let me get this out of the way. Happy Father's Day to my stepdad, who frankly deserves a medal for putting up with my shit. Oh my God. And by the way, I dare one of y'all to go into a Walgreens or a Walmart and see that gift card, sit and see a gift card with something along these lines saying that on the inside. I dare one of y'all to tell me y'all went to a shopping center and saw that as a gift card. Imagine that. They probably wouldn't sell very much because not a lot of them want to be stepfathers, and if they do, they'll regret it in the end. So they're probably not going to sell as well as typical Father's Day and Mother's Day cards. But it is what it is. But that's the basic gist of how that works. Yeah, it's a real mess out there, don't you think? It is a real freaking mess. But that is it. It is what it is, man. Oh man. Again, anybody want to come up and chop it up, hit the link before I close off in the next 30 minutes or so. Yeah. Hit the link, chop it up with your boy. Let me know what you think about this idea of being stepfather, excuse me, of being a stepfather. Do you think it's worth it, or you think it's something men should avoid like the damn plague? It's kind of like what me and Swag says. It's all good if you have kids of your own, but if you're single with no kids, it's a no-go. I'm against it too. But let me know what y'all think about that. Anybody want to come up? Okay, here's another video I want to play real quick. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Ah, here we are. Let me know what y'all think of this one. Fair use.
Now, there are many attractive women that may be good women on paper, and maybe they got a kid or they got a few kids. And I know that it doesn't really sound good, and it doesn't sound attractive, and it doesn't sound friendly when you hear a man say, it ain't worth dating a single mother. I understand I understand how that may make some of you guys feel. I totally get it. But the main reason why a man, it just doesn't make sense for him to be a stepdad is because you're just a resource. You're not going to be able to parent them children in a way differently than mom has parented them. You still got to provide love, protection, resources, direction, guidance for children that you can't even discipline. It basically boils down to not being worth the trouble.
Oh, boy.
Yep, that about sums that up. He's just a resource. That's all he really is, just a resource. And again, who wants to be a step? With everything you're talking about to this point, y'all still want to be stepfathers? I mean, if you take up the role, to each his own, I guess. But hey, it's just something I recommend you don't do. Okay, Cynical once said he's talking about much younger women and fertility. If you're talking about H&M, what? Excuse me. He's talking about much younger women and fertility. You're talking about H&M. If he doesn't want a woman with a child and fertility issues, okay, I get it. Oh, you was talking to Killer Swag. Okay, well, okay, what did Swag say? Oh, about the 15-year age difference. Okay, the 15-year age difference. You said a much younger woman, a much younger woman in fertility. Oh, okay. He doesn't want a woman with a child and fertility issues. Yep. Kind of like what I was saying earlier. Okay. He made about the 15-year age gap. Well, Swag, I see it the same thing too, but he does make a good point. I mean, if you're 39, 30, knocking on 40, I don't think 15 years is the far as you have to go. 15 years is kind of a stretch, in my opinion. I say if you're 40 and she's like 30, 31, that might work. You're still fertile at 30 and 31. Seriously, a woman can still pop out a child at 31, 32. So 15 years is kind of stretching it, in my opinion. But I get it, Angela. I mean, Angela, Steve, I'm Cynical one. I get it. Oh boy, because that is stretching it. You say you were talking about wanting a woman who is much younger than you and fertile. Exactly. That's why we don't want nobody our own age if we're young and childless. Seriously, what is a 40-year-old woman going to do for me as far as giving birth is concerned? We can do everything else, but having kids is not going to happen. And plus, when you're older, you get set in your ways. You don't want to listen to anything a person has to say, especially another man. So yeah, that can affect the relationship too. At least when you're younger, you're a bit more impressionable, and it's easier to possibly communicate with you. But y'all think that, oh, the man just wants to be in control. The man just wants to be domineering over the young. He can't handle an older woman's alpha energy. You're gonna consider yourself a goddamn alpha. You don't deserve a husband in the first place. That's crazy, if you ask me. I was talking to people with a certain age range. I was being generous here. You were being generous. Well, you were stretching that generosity a bit too much with a 15-year age gap. You're stretching that generosity a bit too much. You were just being generous. You were being a bit too generous, in my opinion. But yeah, it is what it is. I ain't judging you, cynical. Because yeah, you do want someone who's younger, who's younger, childless, hotter, and sexy. In the words of Game Changer, shout out to him. Young, hot, sexy, and childless. Not old, bold with a tall ass soul. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. All right. Again, anybody want to come up? The link is in the description. Feel free to chop it up with your boy before I close down in the next 20 minutes or so. By the time I get to the 3-hour marker, I will be shutting the stream down. So if anyone wants to come up, feel free to do so. And shout out to everybody that was. I was also being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, I bet. Okay, you're being tongue-in-cheek. Well, good to know. Because you know damn well 15 years is a bit of a stretch. So I had a feeling you was on something else, cynical, but it is what it is. I can't date a female 15 years younger than me. I know some females at my job that's got about a decade. I got about a decade or so on. 15 something years younger than me. Hell, some of them 20 years younger than me. That's going too damn far. If you're so young you could be my daughter, that's a problem. I'm just not going to do that. Okay. Here's my next video. Okay, fair use, fair use.
His structure need to be heavy in that crib. Now, if he beating your kid, disrespecting your kid, you need to get out of Dodge. You damn need to put that pistol on him, to be honest with you. But outside of that, man, let this man lead. And that's what I see. A lot of women don't do that. They want this deadbeat to leave from nowhere, and he not doing nothing but showing up on Christmas with a half-ass gift. When I'm feeding your kid day for day, every day, I'm feeding you, I'm feeding myself, I'm taking care of all these bills and all that. Hey, we don't need all that. And that's what scare me, because y'all let this outside party have more power than the man that's taking care of everything. And even if he is a day-for-day dad, y'all not together. I'm here. I'm day for day with your child. Even if he lives across the street, the child is in our household. So my presence need to say a lot. You know, and that's what a lot of men are scared of. My presence ain't gonna mean nothing.
Right, exactly. Okay, cynical once said, let's be real, a person in his late 20s is close to 15 years. No, yes, it is. I mean, I'm 39, so you're 29. I got a whole decade on you. So yeah, I get it. Cynical once said, don't date a woman that's like 10 years older than you. Well, cynical, some of us like older women, so we don't mind that. Well, in my opinion, I don't mind a female that's older than myself. So if I'm 39 and she's like 41, 42, I could probably deal with that. But she's like 50, well, that'll be stretching it too. So yeah, I get it. Brienne, is that you?
Yes, it is. Hello.
Oh, what's going on, Brienne? My #1 fan, always cooking like a frying pan.
Playing with this silly baby over here. I just filled her up with sweet potatoes and rice, and she's sitting here laid out.
Yeah, put the baby to sleep. Okay, Cynic wants to say 39 and 27. What? So I'm 39, she'd be 27? I guess so.
That's not bad.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on this whole thing, Bree? We're talking about stepfathers, and are they good or are they bad? What's your take on the whole thing? Step-daddy or step-dummy? Which is it?
Here's the thing. I think wait a minute. So you're talking as a general concept. As a general concept, the numbers don't reflect it. Now she's singing, sorry. It doesn't reflect it being a good thing, just statistically. So even if they're not doing something egregious, second marriages have a high divorce rate as well. So there's that. So for one, they're not around that long. And two, statistically, they're more than likely to harm the children mentally or physically. So, yeah. But I'm saying there are good men who end up being a stepfather and still getting a bad deal. So it's like that's not part of the statistic I was talking about, but it's something to consider. So I don't want a good man to go into a situation thinking he is doing a noble thing, for him to have not vetted and, did all the things to make sure, it was going to be a good situation to go into. Because I think women should, protect their child before adding someone else into their house, for instance. But my problem is the vetting process, it's just missing quite a few steps. So if we look at any famous example of stepfathers, the older examples are the ones that, in my opinion, got the best deal. They got more children. The children did respect and treat them well. And then in their old age, those children knew their duty to help their stepfather, in sickness, if he needed something, bring the grandkids around. But we don't have those type of standards anymore. So I don't think the same outcome will be positive for most men. Now, of course, there are those diamonds in the rough, but for the most part, no. It's not good for the man's side either. Because I do think about both. I try to be as balanced as possible. It's not even going to be the best deal for the woman, because you're still going to be comparing, the child's father to that person. And then you're putting him in a situation where now you have to manage two or more men's preferences as far as raising those children.
Yeah, that's a good point. And God forbid let the kids come from more than one man.
Yep, I think I know of a woman that has 4 baby daddies, 5 kids. So I'm like, the problem with that is, even if you're able to alienate 2 of those men, you're looking at the faces of those men every single day, wondering what went wrong. So I really want people to, for one, be strategic before they have a child. But when a child's in the picture, you have to think about them first before you think about adding someone else new into your life.
Yeah, that's true. It's a woman at my job. She's 40. I won't say her name for privacy's sake, but she's 41 years old. Got 4 kids by 2 different men. So I guess 2 from one guy, 2 from the other guy. Man.
Yeah, and that's the thing. First you have to consider their age. Are they old enough to understand why the breakup with their dad happened? 2,
I don't
are they
know.
mentally ready to have someone else new in their lives? And 3, let's say everything's all perfect, right? He comes with his 2 or 3 kids. You have the 4. Now, how are you guys going to go out to eat and split this bill? There's a million things you don't think about until it happens. And then it made me think about, my family. There's a lot of, mixed blended families. It does not turn out well, for the vast majority of the mixed blended families I can think of, it doesn't turn out well for one reason or another. The main reason being the woman is making it difficult. It's like, dang, like it's been multiple years I've been broken up. Like, just follow the court order, just follow the schedule. It never happens. My feelings are hurt. I heard you got a new car. I heard you're engaged and married. And you know what I mean? Like, again, I'm thinking about step aunties and uncles who just had a miserable time and they're no longer together. So I just want it to be a good deal for both. And if we're going to that part of the conversation, how do you make it a better deal? And we've seen this a lot with KS. He explained this in detail, how you can make it a better deal if you're trying to date someone new. And I agreed with those points. So the main point being, like, what is the relationship with the biological father? You need to figure that out. Once that's figured out and you're on a good schedule, well, the boy is over 5 years old. Maybe he needs to go with his dad so he doesn't turn out with female tendencies and mannerisms. Because those mannerisms, the flicking of the wrists and the storming off during, you know what I mean? There are certain mannerisms that a man should get from another man.
Yeah, that's true. He gonna need that masculine presence when the father is not around. But like I said earlier, you saw that banner I put up there earlier. When you're a stepfather, you're essentially a bonus dad. So now you got to go to the bonus dad because the real dad's not around to instill the masculine traits in him. Ain't that about some stuff?
I've heard that too, because the one that they chose to have the child with is the one that they initially wanted to share their gene pool with. Again, is what I've heard. So in that instance, you're bringing around a person who has more, you're saying, feminine traits versus masculine traits to teach the child, and that's the person they're going to be around the majority of the time. So more than likely, how is the child going to turn out?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, do I agree that a man and a woman need to raise a child? Yes, I do. But do I agree that we have to make men feel obligated to take in single mothers who basically had kids out of wedlock by men that they probably knew it was not going to work out? Absolutely the hell not. Seriously, you're responsible for your womb, so you're responsible for the men you choose to have kids by. By the same token, we as men are responsible for the women we choose to reproduce these kids with. So if you can't be responsible with your sexuality, why are you up here? Why are you up here looking to be coddled? That's why I tend to have the problem. All this shaming because we don't want to be stepfathers. No,
Yeah, I don't
I'm
believe
not taking you and your kids. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I don't agree with the shaming. Like, you're not a real man if XYZ. That's ridiculous. Now that point specifically, because I know people love to chop up things, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to tell a man he's not a real man if he doesn't want to take on a responsibility that he didn't start. A man should,
Right.
be interested in a woman because and of course, if she's still beautiful, yeah, you're beautiful. Oh, you got kids? No, thanks. And it's a clear cutoff. Well, what's wrong? My kids are this and that. No, kids are children. You know what I mean? I love the heck out of my child, but she bit my shoulder the other day and thought it was funny. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think she's gonna do to a stranger? Like, I love it, even though it kind of hurt for a second, but a bite to a stranger's, this little brat just bit. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference.
Yeah.
And then it's like when that diaper gets too full and starts leaking out. Oh shoot, you know what I mean? To a stranger, this little rug rat just made a mess with my pants. So you got to imagine this person can grow to love your child. That doesn't mean they love them initially. Like, I love everybody's children, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean I got to tolerate everyone's children, And remember, I used to be, because I've said this on a different panel, I used to be someone's godmom. And trust me, that, went in shambles. And the problem was I was doing things that I thought a mom would do. And as soon as I, got put back in my place, you're not the mother. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm out, And that's happened more than once.
Well, that's the thing about being a godparent. There's only so much you can do. I mean, when you're the godparent, your job is just to entertain the kids when the parents ain't around. You teach them something when they get out of line. Tell them don't do that. I did that with my godson and goddaughter. I just entertain the kids when the father's not around. They want to go out somewhere, I'll take them, but they got to behave they damn selves. I will call out their nonsense. Yeah.
No,
as long as we understand that, it's all good.
No, and that's the problem. These were people that I used to be close to, and they would drop, I got to go to work. I got to go do this. I have something planned. Can you just, and I'm watching the kid for almost 2 full days. So the second I'm trying to do hair or vision, and then you get mad at me, and I'm like, you left this kid with me for almost the entire weekend. What was I supposed to do if you're not answering the phone? So I would call you.
Wait. 2 whole days to
No, when I was
the price ain't right. The price ain't right. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't like I was getting paid for this either. I think one time, obviously before I was vegan, I got like a sandwich and some fries. But you have me watching your children for multiple hours, pretty much at least 2 full days. Most times it was like, let's say 15, 16 hours. So my problem is you're giving me the responsibility of a child, but none of the authority. So when KS was talking about that hit me hard. So I'm like, dang, there's so many, friends and people, exes. I just watch their kids and I'm thinking I'm doing a good thing. Then as soon as I hear back from the parent or the mom or the grandmama, like, you're not supposed to do her hair. You're not supposed to tell her what to do. You ain't the mama. Okay, take your children then. Bye. Like, I really put up too much for too long trying to be nice to people because I was like, well, I don't have kids. I have the time. Sure, I can help you out this weekend. I can help you out on Tuesday. And it got ridiculous. It's like one time I got thrown $20. Another time I got a sandwich and fries. And the time after that, I got a nice long hug. It wasn't worth it. I took the position in those instances of like a step parent to that person thinking I was doing a good thing. It's never a good thing to put yourself in a position where you have no authority ever.
Damn, now that's deep right there. You had the responsibility, but you didn't have the authority. Now that's deep.
Yeah,
that's
I
deep.
kept them alive, I kept them fed, I kept them clean, but I couldn't tell them, not to use that word. I couldn't tell them not to do something. I couldn't tell them not to do that to their hair because then I'm not the mama. Yeah, no, thank you. And I don't want men going through that either. As soon as you try to put your foot down and, because you have the responsibility while she's at work or kicking it with her friends or on her girls' trip. But as soon as you say something, them kids go, he said to do this. And then you getting cussed out by her. You need to tell that chick bye. Don't do it.
Right.
Because I
Well,
know what that feels like in a little bit.
let me give you a round of applause for at least trying.
Well, thank you. That's more than what I got from them people. That's hilarious. Thank you. I needed my flowers. And that's the thing. I also thought back then I wasn't going to have children of my own. So I thought, I'm investing this time, money, energy for these children, for them to, I'm going to know them. I'm going to see them graduate. You know what I mean? I'm going to do their hair for prom. And I have a bunch of dresses in my closet they can have for prom. I'm thinking I'm going to be like auntie godmom forever. And when those relationships dissipated, so did my relationship with those children. And that hurt more. You know what I mean? That hurt more than losing that friend I had back in high school and losing, that person I used to, be in a club with that we just so happened to get close and then found out, they were having a baby. So it's like, dang, I wasted so much time when I could have been, getting married, having my own children, And I'm so glad I didn't listen to my aunties because they said, well, you're young now. Go do what you want to do. Go have fun. Go date. No, I'm trying to get married. And I told them that. And they looked at me like I was crazy. And the funny thing is they all got married in their early 20s also. So they just thought, you're young. Times are different. Go have fun. Nope, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this game. This dating, flirting, hooking up game. I don't want it. So I didn't.
Yeah. And you mentioned the whole, you bond with your god kids, but then when the relationship is over, now your relationship with that child is over.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's
I had a
something.
god kid and I had a bunch of other kids that, my friends had. So they were calling me auntie. So I was a godmom, auntie, stepmom, whatever the title was during those points in my life. And then those children, I remember the last time I was with one of those children, I was driving her home after getting her McDonald's. I remember crying my eyes out like, I'm never going to see her again. And I knew it then. I knew it. And it hurt so bad.
Yeah, and that's another aspect of being a stepfather. Why it's not so much why it's a bad thing? Because just like with that role, with that godmother role you took on, the relationship dissipates, and then your relationship with that child dissipates. Same thing with being a stepfather. You're a stepfather. You grow attached to these kids, but when the mom decides to break it off with you or leave you, now you got to break it off with her and her child or children. So whatever relationship you had with them kids, it's over with too. So that's another thing you got to consider. Kind of like with you in your situation, you were the godparents of your best friend's kids, but once the friendship is over with or y'all grow apart, now you got to lose contact and touch with their kids. Yep, that happens.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I was only sometimes dealing with those friends just because I didn't want to lose touch of the kids. Because again, it also hurt really bad because I thought I wasn't going to have kids of my own. So I was thinking like, I'm going to lose this connection that I spent time, money, energy building up, and it's going to be for nothing. So that's why when I was watching those lives with KS, I'm like, dang, I relate to this so much. It's not the same, but I was relating so much. I'm like, dang, I can't even imagine, you were dating the person and then, all that stuff happened. But yeah, I was just too nice for too long. I don't want any other man or woman going through that. The clear cutoff should be if you have no authority over that child. If you make a decision, you say that's final. The mom's like, no, that's my kid. I will make the final decision. Yeah, you need to go. I don't care if it's a friend, somebody you're dating, somebody you're talking to. Well, talking to it, I guess, is a little substantial unless you guys have been friends for a long time. Like, for instance, me and my husband have known each other since we were in middle school. So, yeah, I've known him a long time. I've known everyone he's known a long time. But my problem with the stepdad role is that they are so used to not having a man around that having a man around is almost a threat, even if he's trying to help. You don't want that.
Yeah. I mean, how you gonna look at it as a threat? I mean, as a woman, you chose that man, so shoot, ain't you just about contributing to the problem? Like you
Yes.
like the way you chose what's his name, Taz, to be your husband. So yeah, you don't like this man. Well, that's your ass. Shit. Just saying.
Exactly, but but that's the part. Most things about women were kind of hypocritical. It's like, yes, I want you to be at home cuddled under me all day, every day, but I don't want you to go to work. The hypocrisy, you want both. So I think, like, for instance, me choosing my husband. My husband had to be vetted by my father. He had to go show my father the ring and be like, okay, I want to date. Oh, I want to marry your daughter. So then they went to the garage where he was working on a car, and he just started talking to him, asking him questions like, "You're going to take care of her. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. Just so you know, she's very expensive. She got." And he started listing things like, my contacts and glasses have to be custom made. You know, I have to have certain shampoo and certain skincare because I'm sensitive. Like, he knew all of that because he was shelling out the money for it, So once you truly understand as a man what you need to do, you go and do it. But these women, for instance, put the man in a situation where it's like, you're telling me to be a man, you want me to be a leader, but you don't want me to be a leader or a man in this instance. No. Hypocritical and absolutely ridiculous. Leave that man alone if you do not want to just put your hands up and be like, you know what? Bill says we're gonna go here instead of here for vacation. I have no say in that. Bill says you didn't do your schoolwork, got in trouble at school, that's your punishment, and that's that. You know what I mean? And of course, a lot more responsibilities put on the man during marriage. But since most people aren't getting married, if you're in a long-term relationship and you waited your 6 to 8 months before introducing him to the kids, now he's in the house in your life, you got to give that man his credit. You know what I mean? He's going to be doing all the masculine things that the other man, would have been doing in the household. You gotta relinquish that control, because then you're wasting his time. And honestly, you're wasting your time too.
Yeah, that's a good point. My bad. I was on mute I was on mute, but hey, that is a very good point. So why are they questioning your husband's he can do things right? That was what they were doing, questioning him.
You mean my parents?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. It's just that when he was asking my father for my hand in marriage, we were in Cincinnati at the time. We drove up 3 hours after he had gotten the ring. Now, I didn't see the ring until the morning after we got back home to Cincinnati, because it's on my YouTube channel. But pretty much we lived, in northern Ohio. I moved down and wanted to start a whole new life in Cincinnati. Because, your hometown, it's your hometown, all your heartbreak, your issues are there. And on top of that, my hometown is slowly dissipating into nothing. There's no downtown. Jobs are going overseas. A lot of plants are shutting down. So it was time to go. And that was back in 2017 when I decided to leave. And then 4 months later, my now husband comes down to Cincinnati and he says, if I'm coming down there, we're moving in together, we're getting married. And I said, I dare you, come on. And again, we've known each other since we were kids. So when he said that, I was like, is he serious? Like, we're actually going to get married and be together? And he was 1000% serious. So he packed up everything he owned into his car and we moved in together. And then we moved into, it's on my YouTube channel, a bigger place, about, let's say 4 to 6 months after he moved. Because obviously we had 2 incomes now to get a new place. But yeah, we're in the nicest place now that we've ever owned together, and expanding our family, because when a man is serious about something, he goes for it. And that's why I think when a man wants to get with a woman who already has children, especially if he has nothing on his own, he's expecting to go in there and start building. My husband came in and immediately started fixing, building, changing things up. And you want a man to do that. You want that place to be his own. But again, I got in that place on my own. So one of the first things he said is, we need to get a new place. We need more space. We need, bigger walls, more space, and all types of stuff. So that's what we did. Immediately, he got in there. He fixed the things that were broken. But then we packed up everything and moved.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And at least you did the right thing. You are now here, messing around with this guy, messing around with that guy. I guess because you had a tight-knit family and you had your husband who was basically a family friend. And I guess he more or less kept you in check as well. He made sure you weren't doing anything right. Just like he made sure he wasn't doing anything wrong either.
He actually, And I haven't said this online. He actually helped me a lot. Like I said, the advice you said, keeping me in check, but more importantly, when we, I guess the word is reconnected, I actually ended up at a party I had no business at. The host ended up getting drunk and taking substances and started throwing people's stuff out on the lawn.
What?
Yeah. And again, I was a broke college student. You're throwing everything I own onto the lawn, my purse, my lip gloss, my wallet, just throwing stuff, just angry. You know what I mean? Just throwing stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, I got to get out of here. I had no car, no license. And somebody at the party just so happened to know my husband and said, hey, I have his number. I'm sure, he's a good guy. He'll come and get you. I said, are you sure? And she said, yeah. So she handed me the number. I called him. He came, I tell you, within 5 minutes. He just so happened to live on that side of town. So he came and picked me up, and I'm sitting there crying on his shoulder like, you won't believe what happened. And mind you, I hadn't talked to him in years. It had at least been a good 2 or 3 years since I'd actually seen him in person. And I'm sitting there crying on his shoulder like we hadn't skipped a beat. So yeah, absolutely imperative to build with a person who's, what is the word? Consistent, is ready, prepared, all those things. But yeah, that's the story I haven't told yet. But yeah, that's how we reconnected in my early 20s to start
Wow.
dating. Yeah.
That's this should write a novel. That sounds like a damn Lifetime movie.
My God, I definitely should. That was a wild day. And then there's even more wild stuff around that party on why he was on those substances. But, the reason why doesn't matter. It still happened. But I'm glad that happened because I wouldn't have known, that we could reconnect in that way. Because remember, we had been friends for so long. He was dating other people. And I didn't know if he was dating. But at that time, he just so happened to be single. So it all worked out.
Oh, good to know. Good to know. So I guess he was y'all. So I guess both of y'all were dating other people. Y'all reconnected. Yeah, that kind of stuff happens.
Yeah, I had dated someone in college, and again, I reference that a lot. The biggest heartbreak of my life. I never want my daughter to go through that because it was just a lot of missing those red flags because I didn't know what they looked like. And my excuses, I didn't have friends really growing up, so that's why I hung on to those friends that still used me and treated me bad. I'm sitting there watching your kids, feeding them, clean them, and then on top of that, I'm getting nothing in return. But I didn't know that, you know. Because, again, my parents, they really sheltered me. But as soon as I went to college, like, you're grown now, go figure it out. And I'm like, okay. So that was me trying to figure it out, figure out what a friendship looked like, what a relationship looked like. Yeah, I don't agree with the dating thing. Because if I would have courted that man, I would have known he wasn't for me, If we would have just spent time talking instead of, hanging out in college and, going out to eat and stuff. No, we're going to talk. You're going to meet my family. We're going to figure out if this is going to work. If it doesn't work, you're out of my life. But that's not what happened,
Yeah. I mean, you got to be careful how you move. That goes for both men and for women. You got to watch how you move out there. There's a lot of mess going on.
Yeah.
I'm just glad you and your husband. I'm just glad you and your husband reconnected when y'all did. And by the way, if he's listening back there, say shout out to them. If he's back there listening, shout out to you.
Oh, no, he's a third shifter. He's sleeping. He'll be up in like an hour or so, though.
Okay. He's sleeping, taking a nap?
Well, I guess you would call it a nap. That's his sleep schedule because he works third shift.
I'm sorry. No kidding. I work third shift.
Oh, no way. Nice.
Yeah, I work 10:40. Well, now I'm doing 10:45 p.m. What is he doing? Like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock? What? 11:30?
Are you saying what time is it here, or?
Now what time? Well, we're out there where y'all at.
Oh, where we're at, his schedule is, I believe, 10:45 to 7 a.m.
Yep, that's the same thing I got. Except mine is 10:45 to 6:45 instead of 7. 15-year difference. 15-minute difference.
Yep. Yeah. That's a good shift. It's a good place he works. But as far as like the stepdad thing, I really do want. For instance, the other example is a man who's coming in with his own children, right? More than likely, she's going to have the children more times than not. So what might be a benefit if the kids spend half the time with their biological dad so that you could, also get to spend time with your new husband? Because most women don't think of it that way. They're more worried about the money versus actually spending time as a family. Because I think children should spend equal time with both parents if they absolutely can. But if the father's out of town, you need to give him the summer. You know what I mean? Like, give him the summer. You have the whole summer to, I don't know, make new children, spend time with his children, things like that. Because a lot of women are so worried about the more I have and the more money I get. But then the kids aren't getting their hair done. They're not getting new clothes and shoes. There's a whole other problem going on when we're talking about, split families.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But no,
But
I
one thing
think
I can say,
there are some
what?
wonderful blended families, but I don't know any of them personally. I see them online.
Yeah. Well, we can say shout out to the few single moms who are doing it correctly. Because there was a lady on Dee Dee's panel. She's a single mother, but she allowed a man to come in there and play stepfather, but she did it correctly. She gave that man full authority to be the father and head of the household, the father to the kids and the head of the household. That's the way it's supposed to be. And that's the thing. That's why I say when it comes to being a stepfather, y'all single mothers have basically control over that dynamic. Y'all basically have the key to unlock. Y'all basically have what I'm gonna say, sort of a key, and it's up to y'all to unlock that to unlock that power and give it to the father. Y'all hold the power in that. Because whether or not he's going to be the head of the household, that's up to the single mother. Because you know how some single moms be, you can't tell my kids what to do, kind of like what you had to go through. You can't discipline my kids. You can't tell them what to do, yada, yada, yada. When they get out of pocket, just let it go. Yeah. That's kind of what stepdads have to deal with for the most part, because it's all up to the single moms to give these men the power. Are they going to do that? Or are they going to be belligerent, disrespectful? Well, that's a matter of opinion, but you know.
I know, and that's the thing. I feel the same way about stepmoms because I'm pretty balanced. If you are around some children and they're disrespecting you, saying you're not my mama, I don't have to listen to you, but you're spending money, time, and energy on these children, no, they don't have to be at your house either. And that's the thing. It's not necessarily get in the way of the father's parenting time, right? It's your house. You can put your foot down too and be like, hey, look, that's not how we do stuff here. Like, if you want to be over here, for one, I need an apology. We need to talk this out as a family. And if I have a phone in your name, that phone's getting turned off. Sure is. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta, you can be feminine with it, but you can also say, no, that wasn't right for you to say that. You can apologize before you come back over here. If you don't want to apologize, you don't have to come back over. Your father can meet you somewhere else. That's not my house.
Right. Oh yeah,
we put up with too much.
Yeah, and take a look at this. If you can see, it said, well, I'm not sure you can read it on your side, but it said anyone can be a father, but take someone special to be a stepdad. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, the way it's written, I agree with it. You're special. That special means extraordinary. So yeah.
Extraordinary.
I said the way
You
it's
can't be a
written, I agree
stepdad. You're
with
a
it.
far from ordinary.
But
I don't
then
know
it goes
about that.
into the shaming.
Happiest Father's Day to my stepdad, who frankly deserves a medal of putting up with my ish.
No, that's cute, actually. I could see a man getting that and actually laughing at it. Because that's the thing. The example I gave with my baby, doing all the baby things, biting the shoulder, blowing out through the diaper. It's like, that's my baby. That's it. That ish is gross or hurtful, but you're mine. If somebody else's baby did that, here, come get your rugrat immediately. I ain't playing these games. That's for
Yeah.
mommy and daddy,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and that's the thing. I think my kid's the cutest thing ever. You know what I mean? But to somebody else, she's just a normal person, and that's why I do want to homeschool, because I realized very, very quickly that school, you're just a number. You know what I mean? You're just the last name on that roster. You're not someone individual to that teacher or to that principal, and they're not going to protect you. They're trying to protect everybody at one time, and that's not good enough for me.
Mm-hmm. That is
About
true.
other people's kids. Like, people like me, if you had a kid, oh my God, I would love that kid, with my whole heart. But when they get out of line, that's your kid, come get them immediately. Don't let me handle it, because I'm a sweet person. But I've been taken advantage of for my sweetness so long, it'll be like, nope, you can leave. The switch can turn on.
I mean, we all
love
have them
children.
moments. We all have them moments. I'm the nicest guy in the world till you piss me the hell off. Then I'm gonna turn to a straight up asshole, plain and simple. You see, I got a mouth on me.
No, I bet, and that's important. I want my daughter to know that, like, you can be nice, but nice doesn't mean always saying yes. You know what I mean? Like, when you want to get married, you have to. I mean, and that's the other part of it. When you're married, no shouldn't really be in the vocabulary. It should be yes, but yes, and and that's what I learned from watching Shan and Dee. Those conversations. Because if you're with a reasonable person, again, these questions will come up. Like, okay, in this situation, what do we do? If you need something, yes, and yes, but yes, let's include, and then you make it work. But when it comes to these people, these you said, oh, that is the title, stepdad or stepdummy. When it comes to being a step anything, again, because there's even like I said, this is about stepdads. So when we're talking about stepdads specifically, you have to put your foot down and let it know before you walk in that house. Because if you walk in that house and you're just kind of go with the flow, when some real stuff happens, you're going to be the last one thought about, and I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, that is true. And by the way, don't teach your daughter to say no without cussing people out or getting all belligerent with it. That's what guys like your husband and myself come in, okay?
Exactly.
Leave that to us.
And that's the problem. My parents didn't teach me no, because who was I supposed to practice no with? I remember one time I told my parents no. They whipped, or I don't want to say whipped, but they whipped me good. No, you don't say no to me in this house. So I kind of internalized that and said, okay, I can't say no to people. Maybe I say yes and just try and figure it out. Because I don't think parents in the 90s thought about that. No was like, if you utter that word, you're going to get whooped, So if you don't know no is a good thing to say, you're never going to use it. And that's why I never said no to, that guy I was dating, or to, my friends when they asked for something of me. So I'm like, that word, the pain is still deep in me when I even utter the word, So I try to find another way to say something. Hey, can you do this? I'm busy at the moment. Let me see if I'm able, you know what I mean? Like, I'll try to rework it. No is a wonderful sentence. It's a wonderful thing to say. And I do want to teach, my children that. Like, that's what you're supposed to say it. Don't be scared to say it. But when you associate that word with pain, oh man, it's a long life. You know what I mean? Like, it took me, I want to say 15 years to even really say the word fully.
Yeah, I feel like it's important to be able to say no. I understand how hard it can be because you don't know the consequences behind saying no. Like you said, you got whipped just for saying no. Me, I got cussed out just for saying no to somebody, or got belittled for saying no. So I'm just gonna be, or I don't have the intelligence to tell you anything. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say yes to everything. Tell you whatever the hell you want to hear, just to make you feel good. Become a yes man just for the sake of sparing your feelings, since you won't listen to anything I gotta say. So yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to be that person.
Yeah, but I think the other part is, do you think, well, now I'm asking you a question, do you think stepdads can get a good deal in any instance, or are they always dummies?
Nobody can understand a stepdad getting a good deal is that the person that he's marrying is a single mom. If he's a single father himself, that's the only way that's going to probably has a better chance of working out. If you're a man with two kids and she got 2 kids, well, that might work a little better because y'all both got the experience, y'all both got the baggage that come with taking care of kids. But when you got a man like myself, for instance, who doesn't have kids, I'm trying to deal with a woman that's got 3 kids. That's a problem. She's got the baggage in the background with taking care. I have none of that. So that's gonna be that's gonna put a lot of stress on my mind because I got to deal with someone that's basically in mommy mode 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I'm trying to be a father, but I don't have any power over these kids. She's been doing this longer than me, so what the heck do I know about raising a child? How? I was told raising kids just comes with common sense. Maybe to a degree it does. But if that were the case, why are so many people losing their kids to child protective services? If that's the case,
that's a good point. Well, I will say this. there's a lot of things. It's impossible to know everything about raising a kid, right? But the problem is, it's mostly trial and error. Okay, I'll try this. Oh, that doesn't work. I'll try something else. When you don't give the man you're adding into your household that authority, how is he ever going to learn? How are you going to learn to trust him when you see the outcome being better than what you would have done? You won't know. So when a man comes in, he's kind of like a yes man, just, to get everybody to go along, not to hurt any feelings. He's doing a huge disservice to himself and that family. Because now these kids, male or female, are going to grow up thinking, okay, that's the way I want to treat, the person I'm with, so that the household can be happy. Absolutely not. And I'm not saying to argue all the time. I'm saying if you give that man an opportunity to be a man in the household, you're probably going to be surprised. It's probably going to go well, because you're going to be more attracted to him. The children are going to respect you more. The household is overall going to be happier. People think that the woman knows best for her children. That's not always the case. A person who's looking from the outside in could have better insight, but they don't want to hear that part of the story, And that's why I think in some instances, again, if we go back to the, I want to say the 50s and 60s when it came to being a stepdad, those children turned out great, especially if the dad was gone of war or, had passed away from illness, which I think were the two main causes of a single mother, because they were married in wedlock. So it was either he passed away in war or through sickness. So you're adding a man in there to essentially replace the dad. Nowadays, some of these women were never even married, so now you're just adding in a person, you know what I mean, to play house with you. And I don't agree with that.
Yeah, that's nothing new. And you got to remember, back in the 50s and 60s, first of all, women were choosing competent men to actually run the household. And like I said, she was giving that man full authority over not only the kids, but the household. And the second thing is this: most of the women from back in the day were widowed women, as in she was married, but something happened to the husband. Like you said, he either died of sickness, died in war, or he passed away in some unfortunate accident. So that's what that's how it was back in the day. And like you said, nowadays you got women out here being loose with the cooch or whatever, and now they want to have kids all over the doggone place without even considering the possibility of marriages. I'm gonna say fast forward to our generation. Me born in the 80s, you coming up in the early 90s. That began to change. People were having sex fresh out of high school. Some still while still in high school. Some having kids while they're still in high school, and not even contemplating marriage prior to that. So yeah, it kind of went down here. Fast forward to the MTV generation, or whatever generation you want to call us. If you're around after 1980, you're basically part of the MTV generation at that point. Fast forward to that generation, it all started to go downhill from there.
Right.
In the 2000s, just made things worse.
Yeah, so I'm separating the two. If you're becoming a stepfather, um, just because you happen to be with someone that you don't even know if it's going to be long term, that's one problem. But if you are, trying to assume the traditional, I guess as traditional as you can, role of being the man in the household, and you're able to have full authority, yeah, that might be a better deal than, you know, the latter. But it's like it's still going to come with its issues. So you have to make sure at least the vast majority of those are kind of ironed out when you vetted the woman. You've dated her long enough to know her mannerisms, her family. 'Cause that's a big one. The family will tell you more than the woman will sometimes. I learned a lot from my husband's family because I had grown up around them. Because for the longest time, we didn't even have actual talks alone because, he was a family friend. So it's not like my parents were leaving us alone to talk for any amount of time. Um, so it was like I just learned about him through his family. Going over his family's house, having dinner. We were playing in in the streets, biking, running around what is it called? Running around our house, things like that. But the most important thing is if you are already wanting to get serious with somebody, their family, you also have to ask some hard questions. Um, how will discipline be? What do the kids, know about me? What is the relationship with their father? Things like that. So the hard conversations are the ones that come out anyways. So if you avoid them just to, play nice, it's going to come out. And we've seen this so many times on social media, so many times on these panels, where everything was all good at first, and then just one day somebody makes a comment, or, you know, something isn't adding up. The kid said this, you know what I mean? And it just goes downhill from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that does happen. Okay. Now I want you to check out this video right here. Let me know what you think of this. Fair use.
So you're saying that you wouldn't be with a single mother that's a millionaire?
It wouldn't be my first option, no. If I wanted to have a family and children?
You said a millionaire wouldn't want to be with a single mother that's a millionaire.
If he can go ahead and get a girl that doesn't have a child, he'll prefer that, yes. Men are very different than women, because when a guy comes into a woman's relationship, or a relationship with a woman and she has a child, he's going to be expected to take care of that child to a degree. That's just how it is. You don't just get with that girl, you get with that girl and that child. And here's the other thing you got to remember. If we break up and I build a bond with that child, I now lose you and the child, and I can't have any type of parental rights to that child. It's your biological child, not mine. I'm a stepfather, so I have no rights to that child. So I lose you, the child, alimony, house, 50%. So it's an L for me. It's not worth the risk.
I gotta step up.
What you think of that?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like we talked about some of those. Okay, 1 second. I got you in my ear too. Holy. Okay, there we go. The problem with that, or not the problem, the truth with that is, he almost missed no marks because most men are decent men. Like if we're talking about most men, 51%, they're just normal, regular dudes, you know? So when they build a bond with this kid and this kid gets to know them and they're, you know, playing kickball and you're taking them out and you're spending money with them, because most of them say, you don't have to take care of my kid. If we go out to pizza and I'm paying for you, I'm going to pay for your food, girl, and be like, okay, you got your kid, right? No, that's going to look crazy. Most men know that when you're going out to eat, you pay for the whole family, and if you got to figure it out later, you figure it out later. But this is going to be like, well, you took us out. Why would I pay you back for that? You know what I mean? Like, I've heard those conversations through social media before. Like, how silly is that, you know? But if she comes with 3 kids, you're paying for a family of 5, and then you can even just feed them at the end of the day. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, true that. Like they always say, it's a package deal. They always say, like you and the kids are a straight up package deal. There's no getting around that, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
I don't like you, man. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was saying the package deal thing. I was just saying that is true, because in reality, women will say, no, you don't need to do anything for my kids. They're good, right? You know, but no, you're going to go out to eat. You're going to go to, you know, the amusement park and this and that, and you're going to pay with one card. You know what I mean? It's going to look silly, because most of the time you don't know who the dad is. You just see a woman and a man walking around with kids. You don't know who those kids belong to. That's why that kid's hair needs to be done. That kid needs to have some new shoes on. You know, when you go out to eat, you pay with one card. You know, it's because you can't explain to a bunch of strangers why certain things are going on. And again, I've been through that too, where you'll have someone else's kid with you, the kid's hair is looking crazy, and like, whoo, girl, you know, you need to do your baby's hair. And I'm like, you know, that's not my baby's hair, but I'll do the kid's hair. You know, because they're not going to ask those questions. They're going to assume. And most people don't think about that. They're going to assume, you know, you're a happy little family. So you can't be out there looking crazy, embarrassing people.
Yeah. And that's something I noticed too, because I've seen mothers carry their kids, either one have nothing but a diaper on, not even shoes, or 2, their hair is a hot mess, if they even have hair. That let me know something up with that.
Yep, and I already told you in another live, I was doing everybody's hair. If you had your kid around me, hey, look, I'm about to do their hair. They're looking a little, okay, yeah, you want to do a couple little, nope, I'm doing the whole shebang. I'm doing the edges. I'm doing the back of the hair. I'm doing the braids. You know what I mean? And at one point, one mom got so mad at me for doing her kid's hair, I think she just shaved it off. You know what I mean? And I'm like,
shaved it off? Really?
Yep. And I was like, this is the most ridiculous. You didn't want to do that kid's hair so bad. You're willing to shave it off. And I had just got that hair back to health too. I remember I was so mad. And again,
I would be mad too.
What did I do? You know?
I would be pissed as hell too. That's like me washing your car, then you want to pour dirt and mud all over it again. I thought I spent all the time washing it. Jeez.
Yep.
I'm like, Jesus Christ. Oh, Bree, the things you went through. I learn more about you every time we talk on these streams. You went through so much.
I did, and I'm grateful for it because now I have my own kid and my own family. You know, I try so hard to just build a family. You know what I mean? Like, okay, my friend's kid is gonna be, you know, kind of my god kid, and this person's kid is gonna be kind of my step kid. You know what I mean? It doesn't work out like that. You know, and for some people it does. I remember one woman was telling me, I'm a god mom, and my god kids call me and they have dinner with me. And I remember I was on a panel. I was like, that's great for you, but I don't want more women to keep using their time, energy, and resources on this when they could have their own children. And she was like, well, not everybody wants kids. And I'm like, I agree with that. But I was the person that didn't want to have kids because I was, scared. Now realizing that I could have started way early. I could have, about 4 by now, but, you live and you learn. I just don't want more women who are like me to be, for one, scared of labor and childbirth. And then to be scared of, raising a child,
Yeah. I mean, as a man who doesn't have kids of his own, I can't entirely relate to that. But I've heard, but I got friends. I got a best friend I've known for 20 plus years. He has 2 kids, a 22-year-old. She just turned 22 a few weeks ago, and now a 17-year-old. So as a father himself, he can identify with the fear that comes with raising kids at first.
Yeah.
So yeah, he can identify with that fear. So it's only normal to feel that way. I guess at this point it's normal to feel that way. And look at the bright side. You had your kids when you were still young. Your first was born, little Bun was born, last January? So yeah.
Yeah, and I obviously, what more, but you realize things after, you have your first kid. Like, there's a lot more things that I want to still do with her, along with adding in more children. So when I think about raising children in general, I think you can do it because it's yours. When you are adding in someone else's children that are not your blood, that changes things. Now, again, I 100% was willing and able to, what's the word? Willing and dedicated to take care of someone else's children, right? Like in all those cases I just explained. But when both parents are not on board with that, it doesn't work. Like, I can be like, yeah, I'm going to be the best God step, auntie or whatever in the world. But if the parents are on completely different morals and demon time, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? I can't tell somebody how to raise their children if they're hell-bent on doing the wrong thing. You know what I mean? So that's why I had to let certain people go. And again, if any of those children ever reach back out to me or remember what I did with them, they can absolutely come back into my life, but your parent cannot. You know what I mean? Like, clear line in the sand there, because
the parent can't come back. Like I said, there are package deals. You gotta take one without the other. What I'm saying.
I'm talking about when they're grown. You know what I mean? Because at this point, I think the oldest I'm talking about is 18 now. So yeah. So no, the rest of them can stay on. But I'm saying when you're older and you're an adult and you can do your own thing and you want to call me or come up on my live stream, because I think one almost came on my live stream, my oldest nephew. Yeah, you come on my live stream, say hello, ask some questions. But no, certain things just won't fly,
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah. I don't mind that. We were all 18, 19 years old at one point, so hey.
Yeah, because they don't know how hard it is yet. Like, you just got a small taste of life outside of high school. Things are going to hit hard. And, of course, probably the youngest kid I'm thinking about, let's say 13, 14, but when I was talking about these kids, they was 2, 3, and 4, like everything is changing very quickly. So yeah, gonna blink and these kids are, gonna be off in college, that child support's gonna stop, all those things. So, life is gonna hit everybody real soon.
Yeah, it is. And one thing I've noticed, because I remember Happy Life Shadows on one of my panels, he was telling me, shout out to him, by the way, he was telling me how when he was young and in high school, he basically had it easy because he was on a football team. He had access to girls. But when he got to college, it's a whole different world. I'm getting finessed all over again. He had to come to realize that high school is not the same as college. I could have told you that, but because you breeze through high school pretty easily at 16, 17 years old, now you're 18, 19, 20. It's like, what? I'm in a whole, it's like on a whole different planet. Now he got to embrace the idea that it's not the same as high school, where you got a posse having your back, the coaches had your back. You're not playing with kid gloves anymore. You're talking to grown, sophisticated, up and coming men and women of the future. You're talking to future entrepreneurs at some point, maybe some future people working in the factories or whatever. Future workers of the future, not no up and coming kids with dreams. He had to come to that realization real quickly, the same way I had to come to that realization, but I stepped into an open mind because I was used to being by myself and not having the popular status in high school. Hell, I got more popular in college than I did in high school. I think I had way more popularity with the ladies in college than I did in high school. So it was the opposite for me, basically.
Yeah, I've pretty much been a loner most of my life. And I think it set me up to be a good housewife because I was grateful, you know what I mean, to because I mean, he put me in a position, right? But to also put myself in a position where I don't need a bunch of, I don't know what word to use, but useless people around me who are just going to use me for my time, energy, and resources. No, if you want to be a friend,
Freeloaders.
yeah, if you're going to be a friend to me, it needs to be reciprocal. But I also want the stepdads to know, like, the relationship should be reciprocal in some way. If you are, doing for these children and doing for this woman, the children should be respecting you. They should, talk well about you. That's how the children give you their payment. But they're only going to know to make those deposits based on the woman you choose. So that woman is like, no, you don't. If he's doing for us, you need to, do right. He's doing right by us. You do right by him. You know what I mean? And that's how you give a receipt. Because kids, they can't give you no money. You know what I mean? They can't give you your time back, but they can give you respect and listen to you and talk well about you. And that's pretty much it. But yeah, if them kids is talking down to you, disrespecting you, going to the mom and say, oh, he said this. Same thing with the women. If that child is saying, going back to their mama saying, she said and told me to do this. And then, if that woman calls your phone talking all types of crazy, my kids said you told them to, go clean their room. They don't got to do nothing over there. Okay, then they can stay over there. Plain and simple. Don't let nobody stress you out, ruin your edges. You know what I mean? Let it go.
Yeah, exactly. And RB Fato said college is where wolves started. Yep. That is especially when you play sports. That's what he was talking about. That's where the wolves start. Especially if you were playing sports. Yep.
No, I really tell women, avoid college if you absolutely can. If you want to be a doctor, lawyer, surgeon, sure. Everyone else, you don't need college to do what you actually want to do. There are so many courses online now. Like if you want to be a writer, if you want to be a teacher, you don't even need a college degree anymore. You know what I mean? You can just get that certificate, be trained on the job, and then most of them want to be housewives anyways. Why go into thousands of dollars in debt when you just want to essentially work for your husband? I got thousands of dollars in debt, and I could have
Me
avoided all
too.
of that. Oh God, yeah, could have avoided all of that if I knew I was going to be a housewife. But I didn't know it was possible for me.
Yeah, I went to school because it was probably the first thing I wanted to do. I guess I want to secure a future. When you're 18, 19 years old, you're fresh out of high school, you think going to college is going to secure a future. You're going to have you got a degree in this, a bachelor's in this, associate's in this. You're gonna have something set for yourself in the future. That's your first initial thought when you step out of high school. Go to college because you need something for the future.
No, I
You
was
don't
pushed out. I
consider.
was pushed out of the house. They're like, "You're gonna go to college or military? Which one you want?" I said, "I'll choose the college route," and then boom, got into the dorms, and started there. But I just wish I would have known there was another option. I didn't know another option existed. Again, my parents, they locked me up real tight, so I had
Well,
no.
you don't want to. I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't want to go to the damn military. As a veteran myself, I can tell you, basic training is no joke.
Well, that's what I know now. But like nobody told me that there was another option. I could have, took a year off to figure out what I really wanted to do. I could have shadowed for a while. One of my aunties or uncles at a job. But no, it was you 18, you grown, get out of my house. And that's all I knew. And they pushed me out, but of course, the boys were able to stay back and do kind of what they needed to do for a while. So I try not to keep that, into my heart. But it's true. They really wanted me out of the house. I guess I stressed them out or something. But it's like you got to leave. like, okay, bye.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess your traditionalism was rubbing off on them. So they're like,
Man, maybe. My parents were very modern. But I will say, I'm
How are
like,
your parents modern and you're traditional? I don't get that.
ooh, that's a long story.
Do
I
both
learned they
parents
were wrong
work?
in some aspects, to say the least, because they thought they were raising me traditionally, but they weren't. They were like, "You got to get an education. Don't worry about boys right now. Just get your degree. Get your degree." But the second I
That
got
ain't
my
nothing new.
degree, they're like, "Okay, are you getting married anytime soon?" Y'all didn't let me even look a boy straight in the eye. How am I gonna get married and I don't even talk to nobody? So it was wild. Um, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I call that misguided protection. I mean to cut you up, but I call that misguided protection. They don't
yeah.
want their baby girl coming back home talking about she's pregnant by some dude she's not even trying to marry. Look at you now. Fast forward 5, 6, 7 years later, now you got a husband and you got a child by a man that you're actually married to. So maybe that's what they were afraid of. You know how many females I know in college when I was younger, you know how many females I knew in college who were baby mamas at 19, 20, 21, 20 years old? Seriously, it's no joke. It's been going on since the early 2000s, and now we're 10 years past that. Well, I'm going to say 15, 20, damn near 20 years past that marker.
Yep.
It's been going on since then. So it ain't nothing new. Having kids fresh out of high school, that ain't nothing new.
I mean, they had kids in high school. Yeah,
Exactly,
you're
Arby.
absolutely right.
It's called the lockdown. Exactly.
Exactly. No, I understand the fear. Trust me, I get it. But I will say it went a little overboard sometimes. I mean, took the door off the hinges a few times, and because again, this is back when we had the house phone. Found out I was talking to a boy that I thought was my friend. They blocked his number, so I couldn't talk to him anymore while we had house phones. So yeah, they did all of the I'm protecting you things, but never explain why. So yeah, it was rough.
You call that modern? That sounds old school to me. You cut out a line and take your phone, take your boombox, take your gaming systems. That's
What,
old
the door
school
off
to
the
me.
hinges?
Shit.
Yeah, and the
Hmm?
door off the hinges. Yeah.
In the where now?
Oh, it said and they took my door off the hinges a few times, so I didn't have a door to my bedroom.
Damn. Okay, so you get no privacy. Ain't that something?
And that's the thing. I just say they did the best with the knowledge they had. Oh, her show turned off. Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, I think the issue is you got to explain to your children in some instances why you do what you do. But my issue was when you shelter somebody so much, they are too trusting of people because you assume other people know better than you because they weren't sheltered. Like, okay, they know more about this. Oh, you want a hug? I'm gonna hug this baby. She put her little arms up. Yeah, that's I feel like a lot of kids in the 90s went through something similar, like their parents door off the hinges or a weird punishment, or you know what I mean. A lot of them got whooped and whipped, of course. Just depends.
Look at that. RB said, "Damn, sound like '90s Moesha, your parents."
Oh my gosh, I haven't seen that show in so long, but I think I know what he's talking about. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Mo to the I, E to the A. That show.
Hey, yeah.
That's the one.
Oh my
I
gosh,
was in.
yeah.
I
I
don't know
had to
about
look at
you, but
that show again because they ruined. I remember they ruined pretty much the entire show by showing that the dad cheated and had a kid on her or something.
yeah,
And he was
played by
supposed to be
Ray
like
J.
he
Damn.
ruined like 3 different shows. He ruined One on One. He ruined Moesha. I kind of remember seeing him, and they were like, "What? What do you mean this is your kid?" Because that was supposed to be like the what's the word? The nephew, right? He was supposed to be the
Yeah.
nephew or of somebody, and
Yeah, he was the nephew of Frank Mitchell, but that was actually his son, illegitimate
yeah,
son.
yeah. So they tried to make the good dad like a bad man, like kind of proving that he was out there slipping and dipping. I was like, that's disrespectful. But yeah, he ruined multiple shows, but I still think it was good that they were siblings on the same show. I think that was a great idea, personally. Um,
Yeah. I won't say Ray. I think Ray J ruined the show towards the last season. One on one, same thing.
mhm. Crazy. Yeah, One on One. That made me so mad. They were supposed to literally like get together and get married, and here he is, like, you know, dipping in pretty much. And he waited
Yeah.
for her. You know what I mean? He waited for her, loved her, and then all of a sudden he gets to it first. Like, that's disrespectful. Like, why did you even write that in? They just wanted some drama.
Yeah.
He took her first time, and her boyfriend been waiting, 4 years at that point?
To have sex with her, and then I guess when they broke up, he like, I'll just give D Mac this. D Mac was in there macking.
Ridiculous. See, them shows made me mad, but we're getting back to the point.
Well, I mean, season 5. Looking back on season 5, it's aged poorly, but it still has some quality. I call season 5 101 the golden turd or the black sheep of the 101 season. The first 3 seasons were pretty good. By season 4, it got stale. Season 5 was like golden trash, if that makes any sense. Treasure trash, if it makes any sense.
Was the real world out then? Because that's what it kind of turned into. It was a completely different show. You know what I mean?
Yep, it was still going. Nearly a decade, 2 decades later.
Yeah. So yeah, they just tried to make it into a different show. Had new writers at that point, I think. So they tried it, but not all things are successful. So I was gonna say, what was the other thing? So we're talking about fathers, because we were first talking about the father in the Moesha series. But I will say, because I can't tell everything at once, my parents, they did a good job with a lot of things. But when it came to, telling your very sheltered daughter the truth about the world, they missed the ball there. And it took me way too long to understand the world. They thought, okay, you're going to be on the world, you're going to be fine. No, if you don't teach a young woman what to look for in friends, in people she dates, what are you going to do? You're going to have a woman, because at that point, after high school, there's no way I could have dated anybody in high school. Like, there's zero chance, right? But in college, I would have been one of those girls that ended up with the baby, thinking that the guy was going to be truthful to me. It would have been that I was young and dumb. He told me he was going to take care of me and yada, yada. And I would have believed him. You know what I mean? Because why wouldn't I believe him, Because a lot of the people I was talking to, they had been dating and, experiencing life since high school. I was not, Second, a guy called my phone or texted me, oh yeah, I'm never hearing from him again. I'll see him at school. He'll ignore me because he thinks I'm ignoring him, Things didn't happen long or quality at all, even when it came to friendships. So I didn't have a cell phone, I think, until I was 16, and everybody had pretty much had their, at least Nokia phone since middle school. So yeah, a lot of my friends thought, well, you're not cool enough to have a phone, and your parents don't let us talk about certain things anyways. There's no point of talking to me. So yeah.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, because most of the girls I knew back when I was in high school or whatever, they may have seemed quiet and shy, but once they get to talking, good luck trying to shut them up.
Yeah, that's funny.
If this was 20 years ago, I'd probably hang out with girls like you 70% of the time.
Well, if you could go back in time, girls like me I got called boring. And I already told in another panel, there was at one point I got a guy's number, right? And I was, texting him, and we got on the phone, and he had plainly asked me, he was like, do you live with your dad? Like, is he in the house? And I'm like, yeah. He was like, okay, I'm going to delete your number because girls with dads are a headache. Hung up on me and I never spoke to him again. I said, what? I stared at my phone like, you've got to be kidding me. He literally...
You know what the problem is?
Mm-hmm.
This is just a theory. He's not used to dealing with females who have fathers or father figures in the household. He's so used to dealing with them females they come from a broken home because there is no father in the household. I've seen it on both ends, so I know how that goes.
Well, there was no easy access to me, and I think he realized that. Like, you had a dad? Oh, yeah, I'm eventually going to not be able to sneak in your house. We're not going to be able to hang out. I'm not going to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And I was so mad. I was like, how are you just going to hang up on me because I got a dad? You know what I mean? I thought it was so bizarre. But yeah, as soon as he found out that
information... So that begs the question. Was that guy looking for a relationship or just a one-night hookup? If it's the latter, you dodged the bullet, my girl.
Well, that was I believe I was maybe freshman or sophomore year in high school. So yeah, he was just trying to get what he was trying to get. He was like, oh, your dad's in the house? Yeah, I'm not dealing with you. Too much work,
I mean, seriously, I knew girls between high school and early college. They had a habit of sneaking boys into the house past curfews. Remember how that was a thing back in the day? That's what they were doing. The females who didn't have fathers in the household, that's what the hell they was doing. Sneaking boys into the house. Some even spent the night at their houses, or let the boys spend the night at her house when there was no father around. Just a mother doing the best, a single mom doing the best she could. That's what he was accustomed to. That's all. That's my theory.
And that's the problem. It's like you allow that stuff because it's like, for one, you feel you can't stop them anyways, and two, you don't want to ruin the relationship you have with your kids. So I'm thinking he already been through it. So the dad is just blocking, him getting access. And I think that's what he pretty much told me. It took me too many years to figure out why that even happened.
Mm-hmm. Now, if this was 20 years, well, I'm gonna say 10 years ago, when I was like 29 and you was like, I don't know, 22 or something like that, and you said you got a father in the household, I'll be thinking to myself, yes, I found another one. I found someone. Yes, finally a woman that's got a father in the household, so she's not gonna be loose with her coos like a damn goose. Yes, I found someone good I could possibly marry. But someone beat me to the punch, so it is what it is.
But also, he's not going to be giving you the attention or whatever else you want out of her because the father's in the house. And I think that was the main issue. It's like, oh, dang, an obstacle I would like to avoid. That's how I heard it, an obstacle.
But think of it like this. When I was in college, I had this one woman. Yeah, she had a father in the household, but we had to do? Keep everything on the down low. We would literally sneak around doing a little something, getting into some sexual stuff behind their backs or whatever. Fathers at work, I'm out with her. So yeah, she was kind of mellow, but she had a sexual side she didn't want to show in front of her parents because she had to put on that little good girl image. I can't say an image per se because it was a part of who she was, but she couldn't act a certain way around her parents, especially her father. So yeah, you probably could have got away with it somehow, some way, but given how strict your parents were, I doubt it.
Yeah, no, it wasn't gonna happen. Actually, my first kiss was with my husband, and the only reason we got away with it is because I wasn't too far from my brother, but we were hidden.
Yeah. Like RB said, he feel the power of the father, not the mother. Exactly. The power of the father, not so much the mom.
Yep. Yeah. He didn't even ask him about my mom. He just asked, like, is your dad in the house? And I'm like, yeah, he lives here. He was like, so your parents were married? I was like, yeah, they've always been married. What do you mean? And boom, click. Like, no, I don't deal with girls. Well, actually, that was his last sentence. He's like, I don't deal with girls who, have their dad around. It's too much. And I said, okay. And he's like,
now, granted, I will say this. In his defense, you do have those, what they call daddy's little girls or whatever. You do have those rare cases where you got a daddy's girl who's basically spoiled by her father, and now she expects that from every guy that she meets, no matter who he is. So that does happen. Maybe he looked at you in that kind of manner. I don't know. But if you don't know your family like that, who is he to judge? Shoot.
He said it was just too much. So yeah, he already knew. There, for one, the phone calls were not going to be late into the night. There'd be no hanging out outside of school. Like, and I knew all of that. And he knew all of that as soon as I said that. It's like, yeah, I don't want to deal with no dads.
Mm-hmm. Because like I said, throughout my schooling days, I had the best of both. I had the girls who didn't come from who had no father in the household, but the father was like in and out of their lives. So I was able to hang out with them and do a little something. But I had the other females who had a father in the household. They had to be more low key with our interactions. Yes, I did some kinky stuff with them too, but we had to be way more low key with it because we didn't want their parents finding out about this.
Oh my. I will say this, the positives, which Cass has also mentioned, and again, I'm sorry to keep referencing him, but the positives are mostly for the kids. You have another person to come in there to pay for stuff, another person, and I've said this in live as well, the perceived notion of protection. So if somebody is scoping out, your mom's house to try and steal from her, if he knows there's a man coming in and out of that house and you've been talking about your stepdad and stuff, they're less likely to rob your house because there's another male presence there. Instead of just fighting your mama and your little sister, oh man, now I gotta fight this man too? Not worth it. Let me go find another single mother household to rob from. And people don't think about that. You are protecting yourself by having a man in that house.
Yeah. And that's something I noticed too. A lot of these houses that get robbed are run by single moms, not a mom and a dad or a single dad.
Mm-hmm.
They're always a single mother household that are often targets of robberies. I've noticed that too.
Yeah, perceived notion of protection. So even a single man, they're less likely to rob a single man. So like, oh, I gotta combat this man. Single mom, they pretty much know her schedule. That's a scary thing. You don't think people are paying attention around you. When people see you bringing in them groceries by yourself and taking out the trash by yourself, that's how most men, if you look at some of these documentaries, they look to see if the woman's wearing a wedding ring. They look to see if she's ever been seen with any man. Doesn't matter if it's her brother, cousin, uncle. Has she been seen with the man in the last, 6 days, right? If not, then you wait and figure out which car is hers. How many times has she came in with the man? How many times has you seen a man driving? Things like that. So once they add all that up in their head, they're like, okay, this woman is single. I'm going to go between, 3 and 7 before she gets home from her third shift. Her kid might be there, so, I got to tread lightly. You know what I mean? That's why they target these homes. They look for if a woman is wearing a wedding ring and if she's been seen with a man within a certain amount of days. I mean, I wish I could find the exact clip I watched one time. I sent it to my husband. I was like, this is exactly what I heard happen when I was growing up. They look for this stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard too. Or she's pumping her own gas, taking out her own garbage, doing her own garden. Well, gotta hire someone gotta hire somebody to fix her lawn, do garden work for her, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as they rip, because that's actually one of the main, besides the wedding ring. If she's not wearing a wedding ring and she's taking out her own trash, 2 main signs she's single. Because guys know. So if you, it's going to sound really weird. There was actually a service, I believe, in my old neighborhood where a young man would take out the trash for people. It's better for you to do that than to take out your own trash as far as when it comes to safety. Crazy.
Yeah, that's true. But that's how they figure that out. I thought I was the only person that noticed that too.
No,
because I see a lot of females pumping their own gas. I'm thinking, man, she probably ain't got a boyfriend, or washing their own car. She probably ain't got a boyfriend unless the husband's at work or something, or whatever, or at home sick and injured, whatever. It's always something. But you'd be hard pressed to see a woman that doesn't have a man nowadays. Yeah. Bree?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Let me show you this video right here. Okay, fair use.
One of the biggest misconceptions about marrying a single mom or being in a long-term relationship with a single mom today is that they're not looking for a stepfather, or you don't become a stepfather as that man marrying that woman. Yes, you do. If you live with her or marry her, and those kids are there alone with you, and those kids are getting ready to do something bad that's going to cause them harm, it becomes your responsibility to step in to make sure that does not happen. You can't say, well, I'm not your daddy, or your mom's not here, do whatever the hell you want to do. It doesn't work that way. If you are alone as an adult man with your stepchildren, it is your responsibility to ensure their safety, because not only the police will be coming after you, their father will be coming after you as well.
Sounds about right to me.
I was washing my hands, so I didn't hear the last part, but he was pretty much saying about that, I guess, comment in the corner.
What you mean?
Oh,
hold on.
The video you just showed, I was washing my hands.
All right. I'll play it again.
One of the biggest misconceptions about marrying a single mom or being in a long-term relationship with a single mom today is that they're not looking for a stepfather, or you don't become a stepfather as that man marrying that woman. Yes, you do. If you live with her or marry her, and those kids are there alone with you, and those kids are getting ready to do something bad that's going to cause them harm, it becomes your responsibility to step in to make sure that does not happen. You can't say, well, I'm not your daddy, or your mom's not here, do whatever the hell you want to do. It doesn't work that way. If you are alone as an adult man with your stepchildren, it is your responsibility to ensure their safety. Because not only the police will be coming after you, their father will be coming after you as well.
Yep, that makes sense to me. He's basically saying if you're gonna take on a stepfather role and marry a single mother, the safety of the family rests in your hands. There is no, well, I'm not your father. You do what you want to do. Your mama do what you want to do. No. You are just as responsible for those kids as the mama is. And if you don't hold up that, police gonna come after you, the dad gonna come after you, the grandparents gonna come after you, they're everybody coming after you. So that's something you really want to sign on for?
No, that's absolutely right. And that's the thing. If you do something, now you're being vilified for making, a decision for kids that aren't your kids. That's why I said, if you're a step anything, got anything, you're darn if you do, darn if you don't. So it's like, in some instances, again, the instances we were discussing, steer clear. You'll save yourself a lot of heartache and headache. It just sounds like a headache. Like, you can't make a decision, but if you make a decision, then that's bad too. That's not fair.
No, you're right. It is not fair. That's why I don't completely support this whole being a stepfather thing. But yeah, it's a real mess out there. I mean, I say at the end of the day, you just got to choose carefully. Now, I know we said a lot of things about what not being a stepfather is. I mean, it's a bad deal in some cases. It can be good, but let's end this stream on a happy note, okay? Now check out this video. This video really got me pumped up. Check this one out. Fair use.
And this is why we need great fathers. What do you think?
Like she crazy? Cursing at her? Telling her what you won't do? You won't clean your room? You won't do what you want to do? And you talk to your mother like that? Like you tough? Do you think you tough, little man? Talk to me like you talk to your mother. Talk to me. You think you tough, don't you? Bust up on me. Cuss me out. Tell me you ain't gonna do what I say do. I dare you. I dare you. You ain't gonna do it to me? Why you do it to her? Why you talk to her disrespectfully? Why? Little boy, answer me. Why do you talk to your mother disrespectfully? You don't know why you do it. Today I'm gonna help you find out why. And today it ends. Today it ends. Do you understand? You will not call your mother out of her name ever again.
And the award for Father of the Year goes to that gentleman right.
Okay, I got bad news.
Huh?
I got bad news about that clip.
What?
Okay, so supposedly, the mom was single, and that was the kid's coach. Supposedly, that's what the comment said. That wasn't the dad. That was his coach, and his coach found out the kid was wilding and came to him to fix him up.
So that wasn't his father talking to him like that?
Again, so supposedly the comments, supposedly were the man saying, "No, I'm his coach," and I heard he was treating his mama wrong, and his mama's single, so I came in there to help.
Oh, okay.
They want more mentors in the community to help with these children. Because every time I hear a single mom talk, oh, my kids are good, my kids are this. Well, how come they're begging men to come in and help these children? These children need help. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, putting them in a position where the men can't help. They can't safely go in there and parent your children and not have the children retaliate or the actual father retaliate. There's no, what is it called? There's no type of like code that people are on to help facilitate these things. Because back in the day, in the 50s, 60s, I mean, I would even say the 90s, they could whip your kid, hand him back to you, and be like, "Look, here's your kid back." They was out here wilding for you. I wish I could go out here and pop one of these kids and bring them back to their parent. I'm getting the police called on me. You know what I mean? There's no moral code to keep children in line anymore, so they're gonna act crazy. Like that ballerina teacher. how them kids are in there singing these songs, twerking. That's where we're at today, where you can't tell kids nothing.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. Back in the day, young girls were dancing to stuff like Little Kim, Eve, and all these other female rappers, but those rappers had flair and entertainment style. And plus, not only that, we knew.
Doors. They
So
weren't
what now?
internets.
I didn't hear what you say. I couldn't hear you, Bree. What you say?
They were doing it behind closed doors, not on the internet.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. First of all, those rappers had talent, entertainment value, and flair. And second of all, like you said, we kept that stuff to ourselves and did all that dancing when our parents were not looking. So yeah. But then again, we didn't have social media back then. But then again, you could get one of the little camcorders, record yourself dancing to some music. Who knows who might see it? Who may win that tape or whatever. Times were so different back then.
But that's the thing. If no one's on a moral code, nobody can come in and help those kids. Remember that program? I showed it on one of my lives before, how they had just a bunch of dads volunteer to be in the hallway during school to get the kids in classes. That was one of the most successful programs. But things like that just can't. And that was a couple years ago. I think that was right before the sickness, where a bunch of dads just were in the school to keep the kids in line.
I think I remember seeing that on the news. You kind of go in and out, but I can still hear you.
Oh, my signal have multiple things plugged in. But yeah, programs like that are needed. But I mean, who's paying these men to have time off of work? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they volunteered to do that, keep those kids in line. I think it was in middle school, where if the kid, needed a break or needed to talk to somebody, they would talk to one of the dads in the hallway.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Arby Fatal said he's asking you, Brian, are you a millennial? I believe she is. You're born in what, 1990, 91? So yeah, you're a millennial just like myself.
Yeah, 91. I'm 32.
Yep. So I got about 7 years on you. Born in 84. You're born 91. I was like either 6 or 7 years old when you were born. I'll be 40 this year. Man, I'm getting old. Well, we both are.
Right. Trying to pop
And Fatal, if you want to come up, here, the link is in the description before I close down. I'm going to close off in the next couple of minutes. You want to come up and talk about this with us? Guess not.
The father. Oh, I'm just now seeing the comments. Yeah. Fathers are powerful. What's the youngest? Yeah, I saw that earlier. I didn't know what's the cynical and killer we're talking about.
Yeah, the young. I think they were responding to that other video that I was showing you. Like can you find somebody younger that doesn't already have kids? Oh, shout out to you, Happy Life. You're late, but shout out to you, my guy.
Hey, Happy Life. I've seen you before. It's been a while, actually.
Yeah, he's part of the Grown and Sexy conversation, just like us. So hey.
Yeah. So I guess.
Which, by the way, is coming back soon.
Oh, it is?
Yep, that's what I hear. Ain't that right, Swag? If you're back there, it's Grown 60. When's Grown 60 conversation coming back? Do you know? Oh, well, he'll answer. He'll answer soon enough. But what's up, Happy Life? He needs a wife. Cut the tension like a knife. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So I was gonna say, man, I want everybody to have a good deal. We literally have one life, that we know of to live, so we should be enjoying it. If someone's disrespecting you, I don't care if they, 100 or if they're 10. You know what I mean? They don't get to disrespect you. You can cut off that relationship immediately. It can be built back later on. But right now, we're in a place where so many people are getting such a bad deal. I say run. Don't do it to yourself. Live your life. Not necessarily be happy. Yes, there's duty in life we have to do. But the other part we have with our life, we should be enjoying.
Nightbot, you're full of okay. Nightbot, give it a rest. I thought he was going to show up today. But anyways, Happy Life, yeah. Oh, he just got to work at an hour ago. Okay. Yeah. Glad you could join us. All right, damn, I'm at the 4 hour mark. But before I close out, let me put this message out here real quick. Just want to put this simple message out here.
The life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game. Hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef. I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat. Best believe. Yo, it's the life of hustler and muscular. That's my name in this game. Hustler and muscular. Come at me with beef. I'll switch into a tussler within a heartbeat. Best believe and achieve.
Damn Nightbot. The time his ass. Had to time out that little Nightbot.
Oh no.
Yeah, I timed this little ass out, so.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't think he was gonna come up here, but it is what it is. Happy like you still want to come up and give your 2 cents, but do it now before I close off. I'm already at the 4 hour marker, so you better give your final. Well, so Bree, what's your final thoughts? Step-daddies, good or bad?
If we're talking about the overall bad, unless you do the vetting, unless you know what you're getting into, unless you know you're going to be able to, run the household, unless you know you're going to be respected and talked to right, and your authority is going to matter, and you know what I mean, all of that stuff. It's a lot more to consider, but vast majority, give yourself time.
Is that you, Happy?
Yeah, that's me.
All right. Shout out to you, Happy Life. Boy, you late as hell. But anyways, what's your take on the whole being a stepdaddy? Would you consider that role of being a stepfather personally?
Me? Oh, hell no. Of course not. What the fuck? You don't want to be a stepmama to my kids?
I said stepfather. Well, yeah, speaking of which, who y'all think has it harder, the stepfather or the stepmother? Who you think has it harder?
The stepfather.
Man, that's a hard one. Because I'm not a man, I'll never know that role. But the thing is, if you are dating somebody that got kids, that woman will try and torture you for freaking ever. You know what I mean? Like, at one point, if you're a stepdad and you leave that household, you know what? You don't necessarily have to deal with that woman unless you have a kid with her. But if you have a man that you love, that he has a crazy baby mama, he will try to torture you out forever. You know what I mean? So, okay, I think I got to give it to the dad.
Yeah, that's facts.
Yeah, I got to give it to the dads on this one, Dad. Because then, like, your income is leaving the house, and then she's using the kids as a pawn. And, yeah, I'll give it to the dads on this one. But
child support, all that bullshit.
Yeah, because at least if you're a stepmom, you don't got to worry about paying for nothing. You just kind of sitting there, listening to everybody go a little crazy. You know what I mean? Like, dang, they said, what about me? Mama said, what? Emotionally, it's a lot. But, yeah, the dads overall have it hard, but we're right up next to y'all with, having to deal with that woman's mouth, Like, dang, move on, girl. Yeah. Yeah, I win this one.
So it's hard being a stepfather. Okay.
Yep, of course. What you think, Hustler?
I agree. The stepfathers probably have it the hardest because, we're probably, it comes with, I'm going to say stepfather and stepmom, they both got to go through the same stuff. But I think it's more pressure on the men because, they want to shame men. As I mentioned earlier, shaming men, talking about, oh, you need the emotional intelligence and the maturity to take care of another man's kids. It takes a strong man to take care of another man's kids. That's a bunch of BS. So I don't think females got to go through that same shame because they don't want to be stepmothers. Like if Brianna don't want to be a stepmom to another man's kids, she ain't got to. The sisterhood ain't gonna come after her for that. Oh, Brie, you're not strong enough to be a mother to this man's other kids. Never mind the fact that he was silly with this Willie. No, you're not strong. They're not gonna say that to Brianne. Hell no, they ain't gonna say that to her. But you and me, they're gonna come down on us. So yeah, it's more pressure on us to be single stepfathers. Yeah, it's more pressure for us.
The mother, if anything, the woman's gonna get more money out of the stepfather any damn way. So then she'll have sex with the baby daddy and then come back to the stepfather and get sloppy seconds and then take care of his kids, take care of those kids, give me money, give me all your money, and then yeah, fathers definitely.
And that's the thing. Even if you're in the house, because I think I said this earlier, even if you're a quote unquote stepdad because you married the woman, you don't have to be a stepdad. You know what I mean? Expecting you send them to their father. They don't have to be in your household. When they grow up and, understand that you were trying to do the best for them, yeah, they can come back in your life. And I say the same about quote unquote stepmom. Because the problem is a stepdad is supposed to be a noble word, but a stepmom, it's like you're an evil stepmom no matter how good you are to those children. So that's the difference between when you hear those words initially, because the little fairy tales we heard as kids, that your evil stepmother, you know what I mean? So
Cinderella.
yeah, if your stepmom tells you to do something and she's just trying to look out for you, oh, she's being evil, she's being this, and it's like, no, I told you to brush your teeth because I don't want your teeth to fall out. What are you talking about? So yeah, stay with your mama. I'm gonna deal with it. You know what I mean? And I can love people from a distance. We're thousands of miles from our hometown for multiple reasons. So I could say you love somebody, but you need to love them from a distance until they can see the full picture.
Yeah. Now, granted, you do have some evil women out there that are just mean towards the boyfriend's kids. You do have some out there. Like I've heard stories of that too.
Absolutely, but I took pride in myself.
Man, it's women all the way around, Hustler. I would say 90% of women. Now, you might have like 45% women that is cooperative and willing to be the stepmama, but the
Yeah,
majority,
yeah, it's easier to come into this role because if he's already taking care of his kids, he can probably take care of you too. And that's why I tell women hypocritically, because just explain my story. Don't do it. You know what I mean? Do not go into that situation because most times the guy's just trying to make sure everybody's cool and everybody's right. But what's happening is you let child go crazy on the new girl, and you're just, oh, everybody play nice. You're playing referee instead of playing.
Referee.
Yeah, that's what I've learned because I've seen it. Not even just with me, I've seen it with other people. He's just, no, everybody play nice. No, don't say that.
You're going in and out, Bree.
Oh shoot, yeah, losing signal. Can you hear me now?
Okay, I got you. We got you.
Yeah, I was just saying the guy needs to be playing, defense, not, referee. Because the problem is you're trying to make everybody happy. Now no one's happy.
Yeah, that does happen.
Yeah,
And that's probably why stepmom gets a bad rep because of that Cinderella fairy tale with the wicked stepmother or whatever.
mm, it's in the movies. It's not in real life. Stop acting like the movies is everything. Like,
Yeah, sometimes the uncle position gets a bad rep too. Remember Uncle Scar from The Lion King?
Yep.
see,
And in
that's
some, you got Hercules. In some iterations, Hercules is the nephew of Hades, who's his father's brother, Zeus's brother. In some iterations,
Yep. Yeah,
so the uncle role gets a bad rep too.
it's that media stuff. Like they get through the movies, man.
Yeah. But in real life, most people just want to be with another good person. They're not expecting all that drama to come with it. They're not expecting hurt feelings and not being able to maintain their own household and money coming out of the household and court. You know what I mean? Nobody's expecting all of that. They just expect, okay, I'm here, things are gonna be cool. No, then mayhem turns up. Then what do you do? That's why I tell women, like, I've done it. I don't want you to do it. You know what I mean? It's the hardest, probably one of the hardest things that I'd ever dealt with. Knowing that you love children that hate you, don't do it to yourself. There's nothing I would have done differently. I spent checks and, time and energy, and I was watching my nephew during prom and had my, godchild, when I was in college, supposed to be enjoying myself. Yeah, I did all of the motherly things before I became a mom. So I had more experience to become a better mom. So in some instances it was worth it. But yeah, it was a lot of headaches. Nightbot. Oh, that's a killer. So yeah, I would say avoid being a step anything if you absolutely can, but if you absolutely do, put your foot down. Plain and simple. Don't let nobody run over you.
He said, H, and this is the only time it's okay for Nightbot to tam people out. Tam out who? I tammed his ass out, actually. Nightbot want to act a fool, so I put him in timeout again. So, yeah.
Yeah, push your foot down with Nightbot. Don't let nobody run over your channel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Come on here talking all that ish. I'm like, I timed him out once, I'll time him out again.
What Swag was talking about was it was okay for Nightbot to time me out.
He didn't time you out, did he?
No, he's saying Nightbot. Like it was okay for Nightbot to time people out.
I had a feeling he was talking about you, but I don't see where he timed you out. Well, that's what he does.
But Brienne, I think you should be like a female guru of some sorts. Like tell women where they go wrong or something.
I've been trying to tell them they're not listening. I've tried this for, I mean, even before I got pregnant. So I'm almost 2 years trying to tell people. They're trying I'm too young, I don't know nothing. It's different because I knew my husband for so long. You know what I mean? All these excuses why my information isn't good enough. But that I see them on celebrity pages asking for advice and, oh man, how do you find a man? How do you do this? How do you do that? Nope, nobody wants to listen to me. I'm just too close to home, I think.
So you don't got a YouTube channel?
No, I do have a YouTube channel. And I go on panels like this a lot and just talk. I just paid for one right before this one. I think it's in my playlist. But yeah, I just go on a panel when I see them live to talk. And a lot of them are surprised because I sound young. I'm actually 32, so I'm older than I sound. But yeah, I've had enough life experience to know that I don't want my children or nieces or nephews to go through what I went through because they'll just know better information. That as much as I can, I'll try to put on my YouTube channel because I still have videos I haven't even uploaded. But yeah, I've been to court with some men. I know how the court system works in a lot of regards. I know how to get a couple levels ahead of a vindictive woman that's trying to keep your kids away. Like all of these things I know, but it just depends on what platform I'm in that I share that information. So yeah, especially if you're about to date somebody, like there's at least 4 things you can do to protect yourself before you even start calling that girl your girlfriend.
So what's it called? Brienne Experience or?
No, just her name.
Brienne LaFay.
Okay, I'll subscribe to it.
Okay.
I've
Yeah,
been
if you have questions, I can answer it in a video. So just let me know.
I've been rocking with Brienne for almost a year. It's been 1 year since I started rocking with Brienne.
Yep.
I just didn't know the channel. That's what it was.
Yeah. Same thing with Killer Swag. I've been rocking with him and Sweet Melanie for over a year now. Man, time go back so quick.
Pretty well. Swag, Melody. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we've been. I said we've been know them.
Yeah. But yeah, I answer a lot of questions like during the lives, but I definitely need to upload more on my channel. Yeah, I think this information is important because if it can save one person from making, the mistakes that we've collectively made, we've made a difference.
Yeah.
Sometimes, man, you can't save everybody. Maybe if you can get like maybe 3 to 5 people, that's all you need.
Yeah, I've learned that because I can even say people in my own life. I can't say my cousins, my aunties. They're done. You know what I mean? Like I've tried, and not done. Like their life is over.
My sister's fat as hell. My aunt Sharon's fat as hell. They're single. Man, my sister's a lesbian.
Well, you know how that go. The older we get, the more stuck in our ways we get. That goes to men and women. So I'm stuck in my ways too. But you can still teach me a little something. Brienne show me something every day.
No, but you know how old my aunt Sharon is. She's like maybe 56, going on 57, and all she doing is just having sex, and that's it. No husband. Divorced her husband. It's just I gotta stay away from them. And then she gonna be like, well, why you ain't call me for Christmas? Why you ain't call? I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, I know why. I know why. You're miserable.
And no, let me
Trauma.
tell you what happens. As soon as she gets too old to do something on her own and she's not feeling protected, hey, come over for dinner. And they'll be like, oh, by the way, I need you to fix my TV stand. It's been broken for a few weeks. Oh, can you come help me fix my deck? I've been trying to paint it for
Oh yeah,
months.
she'll
Oh,
do
can you
something.
stay the
Yep.
night?
Yep.
There's these weird, dudes that are always walking past my house. Yeah. When she realizes that you need somebody for long-term protection and happiness, they start trying to mitigate a few tasks out to the younger men in their lives. So yeah, their sons first of all, if they have sons, two, their nephews, and then their younger cousins. I see it happen every day. As soon as that they don't got no man in the house and they need one, they start, hey, come over for dinner. I made your favorite. I made, my southern mac and cheese and greens and fried, chicken. You come over to eat. She got you 10 things already listed on the list, ready for you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
go over. I don't care how
yeah.
good her mac and cheese is. Do not
Look, look, look,
go.
look. Not only how good the mac and cheese is. Hey, I know that you love for me to come over and see you, but I'm like, I'm not your therapist either. Or I'm not going over there so you can say, oh, these men on TV is the worst. Y'all, man, this and that. Or hear gospel about, how y'all come over,
Yeah,
eat dinner, and then she'll have her two girlfriends come over and talk shit.
yep.
Nah, I'm good.
That's what they. Even if they can't use you for something, now they can vent to you and have you like validate their ideas. No, you need a man for that. You know what I mean? I vent to my husband all the time. He take it because I'm his wife. You know what I mean? Oh, and then I have this business idea, and I can sit here and vent to him about it. You know what I mean? I can't do that to some random dude. But these aunties and older cousins just don't get that. Yeah, that's right, girl. But yeah, that's the problem. You cannot build a husband from the men in your family. It's just it happens so often. I want to warn young men about that because they will try.
Build a husband from the men of your family.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. So for instance, you know how
Son,
women have
son,
like a
husband.
Oh
yeah,
yeah. I talked about that on a previous stream. Yeah.
but you also talked about like foodie dates, like how women will have, okay, this is my driver, this is my food guy, this is the guy who takes me on trips. They do that with men in their family. Okay, this young man is gonna help me build some stuff. This man can fix stuff. This nephew's a carpenter. My son is gonna help finance, my life because I didn't save for retirement. Yeah, they will build a husband with all the men in their family because they'll each give you a task. Now, if you love your auntie and stuff, you want to do a thing or two for her, that's fine. But if she's just making bad decisions and out here being reckless, you know what I mean? That's different because sometimes, your mom, auntie, older cousin, they go through some stuff that they didn't choose. You know what I mean? A sick husband, a husband that's, past war, like that stuff, completely understandable. I'm specifically talking about the reckless women who are trying to use you because they didn't make good life choices.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Now, can you imagine if me and Happy Life took the women in our families and tried to make them into our wives? We would get crucified to the ends of the earth if we did that. Like,
Yeah.
oh, my sister's gonna do this for me. My cousin, my female cousin, gonna do this for me. My aunt gonna do this for me.
Ooh,
But the
the
thing is,
hypocrisy.
exactly. The thing is, women need men more than men need women. What do y'all need us for? Like Brienne said, fix the kitchen, fix the car, fix the plumbing, walk to the store because I ain't got the juice for it like I used to. But what do we need women for?
Take the
Companionship.
trash out,
Just-
mow the lawn. You know what I mean? Lift this thing for me.
exactly.
Open this jar for me. I need you to be around just to make sure other people aren't like in my space. When it's so safe and protected. But then when you flip it on the guy, like, what do you need a woman for? Procreation? Like, you know what I mean?
Sexual sexual companionship. That's all we need them for. So yeah,
Well,
companionship.
yeah. Well, making children. I guess, but that also goes with that. So put those together. But yeah,
Exactly.
I do need my husband. I say that every single day. Like I need him. Like women try to correct me like, you don't need him, you'd be fine. No, the heck I wouldn't. No, nope. If you don't need one, that's fine. But I know I do.
Yeah, you can't put that on everybody like that.
I correct girls like, no, you may not need one, but I do. Don't put that on me. No, we don't need a. No, I'm not part of that. We. No, we. In French, no, absolutely not.
Nope. You're part of the me crew. You need one.
I do. Right, and that's the thing. It's almost like it's a shaming if I say that, because they will shame. Girl, you helpless. Sure am. Yep. My wrists are broken. Where is my husband? Like I don't want to be part of that life, because at the end of the day, you look a few Facebook posts up and they're crying, man, Valentine's Day sucked. This dude ain't answering the phone. Like all the same things you say you don't need, you do need. You do. You just don't want to admit it. Once you admit it, things change.
Man, dating sucks because modern women suck, man. Like if it was back in the day where men had power, like back in the Asian world, and I'm gonna use this old school analogy. Like back in the Asian world, the men had control over finances. They would go out and provide, and the women would stay at home. And it was better back then. Like women was back home, but you put women out there in the workforce, man, that's a pain in the ass. Now they working, they're supervisors, causing people to get fired on the job because of her emotions.
Yep. No, I'm living that life now. I am a stay-at-home wife, raising our baby. You know what I mean? Doing all not all the finances. I'm doing the shopping and organizing. It is better this way, because when I was in the workforce, I was working like 4 jobs at once. It's not.
Yeah.
My body was breaking down. Like it's not for us. We're not. The vast majority of us are not supposed to be working till we're 70. I mean, there are women who are 40, 50 talking about, I'm tired. Please, I need a husband now. Because it took you about 30. What is that age range? 25 years to realize your body wasn't meant for this.
Good to know. I want to welcome 18th letter. If that's you, shout out to you, my brother.
Hustler and muscular. Yeah, that's me, bro. In the virtual flesh. How you doing today?
What's going on? Shout out to you, 18th letter. 18th letter makes your life better. He comes up here tougher than leather, than leather, than leather, than leather, than leather.
Thanks a lot, brother. I appreciate that. Shout out to Brianne and shout out to Happy Life.
Hello.
So, 18th letter. Today's topic: step-daddies, or we call them step-dummies. What's your take on? Do you think being a stepfather is a good deal or a bad deal?
I say it depends. It's not something that any gentleman without children would look forward to doing. I would say that much, but I think it can be a bad deal for everybody, depending on the situation. Because even myself, I had stepfathers growing up, and I didn't get along with them at all. And in a lot of the cases too, you have men that take on that role, but for the most part, you may be dealing with a person that be quick to remind you, yo, you're not my child. And, it may harbor resentment towards him, especially if it's not something that, he was very interested in doing it to begin with. So I would say for the most part, no. I would say it's definitely better to be with the person that doesn't have any children and create your own family versus somebody that was being undisciplined, sexually undisciplined, and producing children and looking for the next man to take care of them. So,
Absolutely. But I think the other issue, I think we briefly talked on it before you came up, the deal that's, I guess, being spread out is what is it called? Not the deal. The words that are being spread are that if you don't want to be a stepfather, it's shamed.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
like you're not a real man if XYZ.
Yes, Brienne, a lot of these people that say that like to use these manipulative tactics to shame men. You're not a real man for a lot of stuff. You're not a real man if you don't protect a woman you don't know. You're not a real man if you talk about women's negative behavior. You're getting into women's business. You're being sassy. So we know, like a lot of the times, people are just trying to say whatever to prevent the man from actually standing on his ones and twos and not.
Here's the thing, 18th letter. That's part of the deal. I mean, you have to hold women accountable, even if they say, "Oh, you're not a real man." But guess what? If you hold a woman accountable and say, "Hey, I need you to be in shape," well, guess what? The behavior will change over time. You just gotta stand on some shit, and then change will come. That's the thing. We just gotta stand on.
Oh, I've always stood. I've always did, man. I didn't care who didn't like it because always is always one or two or three simps that always be backing these women up, bro. And I can remember that even when I was younger. I'm like, man, I don't care about you or them simps. I'm not with it, and I'm not.
I'm back. I'm
And
back. Continue.
so that's pretty much what it is, and it's just the fact that some of these women have been getting away with stuff for so long that
Just not with me though. I will hold you accountable. I'm like, hey, don't be fat around me. Now you can do it behind them other simps. Like, hey, you want dinner dates and all that? Go to them. Hey, I'm entitled to this. Hey, go with them. And
And we
then you
don't,
bring.
and you notice we don't never use the term "woman up." We don't say, "Oh, you're not a real woman." If you, we don't never, men don't ever use none of those terms.
I think you guys should start, because here's the thing: accountability. It starts with the words first. It's like, wait, you had a kid by a irresponsible man, like what? Like, woman up. Like, now you have to deal with this by yourself, because he's not going to get a job and help you support these children. And on top of that, choosing a man, because women will never tell another woman, hey, look, I think you're too fresh out of a relationship to be jumping in another one. You shouldn't have another man in your house and you barely know him. You don't want him around your daughters. Like, nobody says these things out loud, because then you're gonna, be hurt by the sisterhood. No, if I had a woman in my life that's close to me that's talking about dating and out here sleeping around and stuff, I'll tell her, you are absolutely disgusting. Do not do that. You're hurting yourself. You're hurting your potential future. You're hurting your children if they see you sleeping around. Like, you gotta woman up and not do that stuff. And then the other thing is, men who actually have full custody of their children, the woman is always put in a position that she is still the victim. Some women are still getting child support even though the father has the children full time. They're still getting all of the state benefits, you know, all those things. Like, and the guy is just trying to keep everyone happy, so he just lets it ride out. No, cut that off. Get child support from that woman and then live your life. You're depriving your children of that support while she's out living her life. It's not fair. And I've seen that happen twice, where guys will have their children and still be paying child support to the woman. Like, she's out partying and you're paying her something every week? Absolutely not. You know what I mean?
100%.
Change it
I
up.
definitely agree. I definitely agree, and it's unfortunate because that sisterhood and unaccountability is so strong. It's been rampant throughout our community for so long, to the point that decent people within our community, like yourself and I, and Hustler and Muscular and Happy, we have to kind of like get the hell out the way because it's like it's overwhelming to the point that you can't really be around. It's kind of like you being a heretic in church. You can't, you can't do it. You can't,
Right.
it's just like you're gonna have everybody against you. So the best bet is to just like, try to find like-minded people and be away from these type,
Exactly.
because they produce a havoc, man. All of these kids out here that's waving pistols, that's out here carjacking, that's out here, these are the kids that's coming from their wombs.
Right.
And I understand, of course, I know it's a big, it's a lot to it. It's a lot of mechanics behind it. But for the fact that when it comes down to it, oh, did Brienne? I hope she comes back. But they really don't want to change, man. They don't want to change. They don't want to do the improvements to do the work.
Hey, 18th letter. It's just like I told my family, man. I told my aunt Sharon, I'm like, look, you're fat, you got trauma and all this. Hey, hey, you might get away with a lot of shit, but you're not doing it with me. Like, look, the games that, listen, if y'all gonna play games, just don't do it with me. I'm a solution based person. I'm a peaceful person. If you don't reflect that same energy, get away from me. Don't call me. Don't do nothing. Don't think about me. Just I'll be out the way, but just don't do it with me. That's how I move. Hey,
Yeah. Welcome back, Brienne.
Thank you.
And Killer Swag said, I'm playing whack-a-mole on my own show. Give me a break, man. Damn.
That was my favorite game in Chuck E. Cheese, by the way.
Yeah, man,
oh, I
too.
played that when I was younger. Whack and mode.
Who remember when you used to play it? They played the MC Hammer song in the background. Can't touch this. Do 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 do. You had to
Stop.
Hammer time.
I went there with my girlfriend in high school. That was crazy. And we used to skip class too. That was our trip.
What, going to Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, we're like, fuck this class. We skipping.
You know what's funny, man? I can remember being like taking my little nephew in there, seeing college kids hang. I'm like, what y'all doing in here with no kids, man? I asked them, they were like, man, the pizza good. We came for the pizza. The pizza good, man.
Ooh, you wouldn't know that I used to work there. The pizza ain't as good as you think it is.
Really? I used to love Chuck E. Cheese pizza back in the day.
I did too.
Until I learned what they was doing.
That was in early
snap, what was
2000s,
they
I
doing?
think. But today's day, they messed up the pizza so bad, I just don't, it don't taste the same as it was.
Right. The problem is, you know how people like leave pizza on the table? They would take that pizza and reheat it up to not have to make new pizza. I got so sick.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I worked there as a teenager, but it took me to watch, what was going on back there to know what they were doing. They were saving pizza from other tables to not have to make another one. You just put it in really quick back into the little rolling oven, heat it up real quick, and boom.
Oh wow.
Disgusting. Yeah.
What years was you
You gotta
working
ask
there,
for it
man?
uncut just to make sure. Yeah, if you actually got uncut pizza to make sure they're not doing that.
Oh yeah, definitely. What year was that, Brienne, that you was working there?
Ooh, I was 16, so 2007, 2006, maybe.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
They was doing it back then.
Yep.
That was crazy.
I was still in college in 2006, 2007, 22, 23 years old.
Yeah, I was just graduating high school.
In what, 2006, 7?
I think that was
2006, yeah, 2007.
Yeah, I'm class of 02.
Man, I miss those days. I'm glad we able to interact on social media and everything now, but back then, man, it was like, I don't know, things was more wholesome.
They were. I mean, we didn't have social media back then. I mean, we had social media, but remember, I don't know when y'all discovered, but in 2006, I discovered MySpace. That was my first introduction to social media back in the day.
Yeah, MySpace was mine too. I knew about Tag. A lot of people say Black Planet, but
I used all of that. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about you and Happy Life, but back in the day, I bagged quite a few shorties off Black Planet and MySpace back in my university days. So yeah.
Hey, you had a cold background on MySpace and some good theme music, and you was a decent dude. You can pull some on MySpace.
Yeah.
I mean, Facebook is new to me. That's the only thing with me. When Facebook came out,
Facebook was out first, I think, or they came out around the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, Facebook got me, and I had quite a few shorties on there as well. Hell, you don't have to go up to women no more. You can go on social media and say, "Hey, I want to meet at this spot. I want sex to happen right there," and you just do
it. Even online dating is it's no easier than regular dating.
Right. And shout out to Brienne, man. I mean, she the smartest woman. Like, she get to stay home, be comfortable. She was like, shoot, I just take care of the kids, go shopping. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to be on no damn workforce, breaking my back off and all this, and then come home and be miserable. It's like, okay, you can be toxic in high school, but it's like, damn, it don't work when you're adult. You're like, darn, I just want to be home, be feminine, be relaxed. But these workforce women, I don't know what to tell them.
Oh goodness, you couldn't pay me enough. Like the peace I feel now, actually the peace we both feel. Like literally, he's gonna wake up and lunch is gonna be packed. I think it's important. One, you can't still have a hobby. Like I run a small business just from the house. Like
Mhm.
that gives me just
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, I'm talking about them women out there in the workforce, like
Yeah, what about?
9 to 5, like, yeah.
Mhm. Well, I'm saying, what about him? I missed that part. I was washing my hands.
No, I guess he was just talking about how miserable they are,
Oh
Brienne.
yeah.
And because even when I look at your situation, you're a wife,
Mhm.
and even your personality and the way you carry yourself, everything about you says a wife, you know. And the funny thing is, a lot of these women want the results that you have, but they've been stuck in that mode for so long they don't even know how to change to get those. And that's what's frustrating too, because they kind of want the world to change for their benefit, but they kind of know that that's not a possibility, but they don't know how to change themselves. And some of them are even unmotivated to change because they've been stuck in that way for so long. So
That's true, and you can't tell them nothing. Like I said, I've been on these panels for a while talking about, hey, ladies, like I know you're tired of working. How about you try this? How about you give the man a pie? Like I would have had a woman straight up saying, "No, I'm not making him no pie. Like why would I do that?" And I'm like,
Yeah,
"Are you?"
but then you rather go your job and be like, oh, my job's everything. I'll do what was said on the job, but when I come home, fuck you or something like that. I'm like, ladies, if you want to stay home and reap all the benefits, the man is like, hey, I'll give you the world. I just need you to do what the fuck I tell you to do. Cook the food, feed the damn kids, and that's it.
well, another thing we have to take into consideration too is that a lot of these women, their idea of a man or what a man does as well, like as far as being in the household, is based off of movies, propaganda, and what their mothers and them told them. Their
Yep.
same
And
mothers.
they got made 6 figures.
They think that a man being underneath the man, if I come home and the dinner is cold, I'm gonna just start getting into some domestic violence stuff. That's what they think. That's literally what they
Yeah.
think. They think that I'm gonna sip my tea and my tea is not warm enough, and I'm gonna just start smacking stuff around. That's literally how they view everything, and that's the furthest from the truth.
Mhm.
I don't even say submission. I just try to say cooperation, and you barely still get a response from that.
Yeah.
Uh huh.
Uh,
Y'all
and
seen the Kendra G show lately? Like, man,
I don't
I
even
don't
watch
know what
Kendra
these
G like
women
that.
Perhaps
thinking.
it's
Oh,
entertainment point. Yeah.
they got make 6 figures. Oh, he got make $500. I'm like, here you go. Here's a quality man. Oh, but he ain't making this amount of money. But yet you're not making a certain amount of money.
But see,
Y'all
here's the thing, Happy. You got to remember, like I don't. Most of the women get their learned education on what a person is supposed to make based off of social media.
Yep.
They don't know anything else outside of that. Social media and reality TV. They don't know nothing else outside of that. They don't know. I mean, look at how this economy has hit a lot of these women. Meanwhile, you got Brienne over there that's properly secured, and her husband is taking care of her. Meanwhile, these women don't even know where their next meal is coming from. They struggling bad, and that pressure is getting on them. But they forced to go through the pressure because they've been under it for so long. I mean, they've been thinking the way they've been thinking for so long, they don't even know how to ask for help from a man, or they try to find ways to do it with shaming. Oh, now we just thought of the soft life. Oh, how convenient the soft life you came up with the soft life in the midst of this economic crisis. How convenient.
Soft girl era.
That's actually a good point. I've heard, I want to live a soft life. I'm ready to be a wife. No, you're not. You haven't been trained. Because here's the thing. I wasn't trained to be a wife. I was trained to be a worker. They pushed college on me so hard. I didn't know there was any other option when I
Right.
reached a certain age other than to go to college. So, yeah, I was lied to also, but I realized very quickly they were wrong. Because for one, they weren't getting the results they wanted. And two, I realized anytime I, got a long-term relationship, I got engaged, got married, every step of the way they're saying, well, make sure you have your own money set aside, make sure this, make sure that. And I'm like, y'all have never even been married. Half they are baby mothers. How are you
Yeah.
giving me advice?
Yeah, and then on top of it, you saying prepare for a failed marriage. That's what you're telling me. To
Yeah.
prepare for my marriage to fail only because you dealt with somebody that you was interested in for God knows whatever reasons, and more than likely it was red flags that you chose to ignore. But you still dealt with that person anyway, only for it to fail. And then a lot of the times too, it's like you have certain women that lead with this idea to have a failed relationship just to be able to have something to talk about with their girlfriends.
Dang.
Yeah, yeah,
Women keep women single. So, yeah, they'll sit there and say bad stuff. And sometimes they put stuff in your head.
That's a terrible position to be in. I mean, it's like women are trapped in the cage, right? And it's like stay in the cage. But you, Brienne, is like, fuck that. I want to be a stay at home life. I don't want to be independent. And if I have a small business, I'll do it for my man. I don't do it for myself. I don't put the job first. I'm like, hey, I'm for my man. I'm good. I'm sitting at home. I'm doing a little business or whatever. I'm just secure my business, isn't he? And women be like, no, you can be independent, Brienne. You can be one of us. It's like, hell no, I don't want to be one of y'all. I'm going to heaven. Y'all going to hell. See y'all.
Whoa. I didn't go that far. But I will say this. They tried so hard to pause me on getting married, right? Because I said 26 was too young. And I was like, I'll think about it. And I thought about it. I was like, yeah, I'm still getting married. Anyways, moved on to the next thing. They're like, well, make sure you have your own bank account. Make sure you have this. It's just every step of the way. I felt like they just didn't want me to be fully happy.
No. And one of the reasons too is because, and a lot of the times you never hear them say, like a lot of the time they disingenuous on what they really picked that man for to begin with. Some of them picked that man because you knew that man had other women, and for some reason women love to
Men will always have other
for
women.
some reason certain women love to deal with other men that they feel like other women want. They're never honest about that. There's women out here that are like, oh girl, he got a baby by her, I'm gonna have a baby by him.
This is your garlic bread right here, babe.
Yep, that's how they do it. I'm back.
Only to have plausible deniability.
He thought you were earlier. Can you say hi? Hello. You're still on.
And for people that don't know what plausible deniability is, it's the same thing you did as a child. They have a childlike mindset. Remember, as a child, when you knew what you was doing, but you wanted to see if you can get away with it. And once you got caught in the fire and you couldn't get away with it, you pretend that you didn't know what the outcome was going to be to get out of trouble, or at least to lessen the trouble that you were in. That's what plausible deniability is. A lot of women do these things knowing perfectly well what they're doing, but they pretend that they don't know when they get into a situation.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Yeah, 18 letter. What you think of this little banner right here? Well, Brienne already saw it. What you think of this? The definition of a stepfather. Strong role model with unending patience and understanding. Provider, protector, and hero, friend. Okay, but look at number 3.
Mom is dad. That's crazy. Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's just like the dude that paid for all of his children. I mean, paid for his stepchildren's wedding, and she wanted her dad, her biological father, to walk her down the aisle.
Yep, I just covered that story. Well, I read to that video some hours ago before y'all came up here. That was just a mess.
So
That was a mess.
And then you know what? It was crazy. Happy Father's Day to Steph, who frankly deserves. But you know what's crazy? You seeing the pressure is on, man. The pressure is on because it's not easy out here right now. You know, like $100 might as well be $50 today with the way this economy is going, and everything is expensive. Everything is going up. So you seeing a lot of these women are scrambling. They're scrambling. They don't have any covering. And that's why you can't constantly hear, we need protection. Y'all need to protect us. No, we need to protect you because you need us to protect you now. You know, you need protection now. But before then, you just never even, like a lot of, you wasn't even thinking about no protection, no building no family, no nothing. And it's getting to the point that a lot of these women, some of these women are turning to sex work. Like it's all out of whack out here. It's so messed up out here right now.
Yeah, it is. The things people will do just to make an honest, just to make a quick buck. All right, well, I'm damn near at the 5-hour mark. It was good talking to y'all. So let's wrap up with some final thoughts. 18 Letter, what's your final thoughts?
Oh man, thanks for allowing me up, Hustler and Muscular. It was a pleasure speaking with you, brother. Special speaking with Happy and Miss Brienne. Shout out to Miss Brienne. Matter of fact, Miss Brienne, I think I would definitely like to see you on Chantel Simone's show one day. I think you definitely have
In a collaboration.
Yeah, I've been on there.
Yep. Oh yeah,
She was just on there last week. Last Sunday.
It was on there. It sure was.
Who was?
Yeah, because I think more women with your mindset, it need to be spaces for y'all to be, you know, over it. Because man, it's a lot of these independent, I hate black men, hypergamous women are just they run rampant. They so deep. They deeper than the Wu-Tang Clan out here.
Yeah, I like that final thought. Yep.
That's all I got to say. But thanks for letting me up, Hustle and Muscular. Y'all have a good night. Take it easy.
Not a problem. Come again soon. Brienne LaFay, your final thoughts.
My final thoughts is you can't think how was I gonna explain this? You have to vet the person you're going to date thoroughly. You can't do it yourself because your thoughts are not just with your upper brain. You have to have someone else in the mix to help you make a thorough decision. I think a lot of these issues started when we were not allowing our families to help vet these partners, because again, you're going to be attracted to a person. You're not thinking about how they're going to long-term be a parent. You know what I mean? How they're going to get along with your parents and your family members and, you know, blend into the mix. You're thinking about, you know, when you're going to be able to just have fun with that person and hang out. So yeah, get help vetting people on both ends of the spectrum, but certainly don't go into something that's already doomed to fail. You're not being respected, listened to, you know, your thoughts aren't being considered. Just run. You know, that you can't make a bad or a kind of okay situation great. It doesn't work like that. It has to start great in order for you to be successful. So yeah, good luck out there. You know, start blocking some phone numbers, you know, start, you know, blocking some night bots so y'all can get what y'all want out of this dating scene.
Blocking some night bots, you say. Yeah.
You got to do it. You got to look out for yourself. You got one life.
One life to live.
Yes. It's always a pleasure.
One women. One. No partying in 40. No girl.
Let me say, shout out to you, Brienne, my #1 fan. The girl be cooking like a frying pan.
Thanks. I'll see you soon, H&M. Take care.
Sure. And shout out to 18 Letter. Makes life better. He's tougher than leather. Happy life. Final thoughts?
Yeah. My final thought is women, listen, to Brienne's advice,
You
at
better.
least the three of you, at least that, because staying at home wife is the best thing. And when a man's a provider, he goes out there, he provides, and if he comes home to a woman that's happy in her role, that cooks and cleans, and gives it to him on the side, that's the best you can be. So women, listen, that's it. That's my final thought.
Don't answer that coffee on auntie. Ignore her, okay?
Yeah. Works for me. Works for me.
You 2H now, you got an auntie that's in the age range. Hit ignore. Or
So what now?
that I'm talking about those aunties you were describing. Just hit ignore. Or just send them a text saying I'm busy, I'll call you back later. And later is
All those try to use you as substitute mates, substitute helpers.
that single auntie that's gonna call you for help. Nope.
Yeah, don't fall for that, Brienne. Don't do that.
Nope. I'm thousands away from pretty much every auntie I ever had. And they don't call me for help. I'm going.
Sisters, cousins.
It's important.
Yeah, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, it was good. Well, my final thoughts is the stepfather thing. It has its good, but it has more of its bad. You got to take the good with the bad. It's good, but it only works if the woman gives the power of authority of authority over the kids and authority of the household to said man. That's the only way it's gonna work. If not, it's gonna be hella bad. You gotta deal with the kids who don't respect you because you're not the true father. A woman that's gonna put you second best to the biological father. And even if you do bond with the kids or whatever, get close to the kids, yeah. And then y'all break up, you gotta break up with the kid too. So it can go either way, but it's just something I recommend you don't do if you're like myself and happy life, single men with no children. That's my final take on it. Do it at your own discretion, but please, if you don't have kids, I recommend against it. And if you choose to do it as a single man with no kids, don't say we didn't warn you.
It'll
Don't
be
come on.
suicide to do that.
Don't come on my panel one day. Say, "Hey man, you were right about me being being a stepfather. I told you so." I don't want to hear it. I told you so.
You were warned.
Yep.
Hey, women, y'all asses better turn to Brienne to be a stay-at-home wife. Things be easier for you. You be
I think
taken care of.
some women can't go back and retrace their steps, but I think more women could do it. They just have to change their mindset. You have to want to be home. You have to want to take care of the household. And again, you can't split chores 50-50 when your man's working 15 hours. That's ridiculous. You know what I mean? He'll come in and take out the trash. He'll help build some stuff, open up a can of pickles, but 80-90% of that is on me, to do all the other things. That's what women don't like to hear. You want to be a stay-at-home mom and then have 50% of all of the other things. That's not likely. And that's why most of them will end up staying single, because they don't get it.
I'm going
Yeah,
off.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And Brienne, when you gonna get back into making panels again?
Ooh, well, the baby is finally kind of independently playing, so let's give it a few more weeks.
Okay.
Because I can do about an hour or two, but anything past that, you know what I mean? It's very difficult.
1 hour? That's all you can give us?
Hour and a half. Yeah, I think I can do an hour and a half. Well, I'm gonna have to have
Because
a
some of us don't open our panels until like the 30, 40 to 45 minutes an hour mark. Damn.
You're right. Okay, don't have to have a co-host.
Well, she got to take care of the kids, Hustler, so that's why it's an hour.
Yeah,
But that's what I'm saying. Are you sure you want to do that? Are you ready to go back to being a panelist, with a baby? I mean, you done it before when she was just crawling around. I'm just saying. I'm just stating a fact.
An hour, and that's
yeah, I have
it.
to have a co-host because I can't do that alone. Because I would have
Of
to
course.
dip in and out. That's the only way I could actually do a panel if I had a co-host.
Sweet Melody Media would be a good candidate for a co-host. You just gotta hit her up on the back end and make it happen.
Yeah. If not, her Swag can always do it. I can always do it.
Yeah, I guess in the meantime, I'm still a main panelist on Melody and Swag's channel. So I think I'll start there, like being more consistent with them now that I have their schedule. And then we'll kind of branch off as much as possible because it takes a lot of time. And it took a while for people to start donating because that's what keeps it going, you know? So I'll be up there 6 hours and only made like $30. You know what I mean? Like we have to, you know, make sure it makes sense too.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
We look forward to you going back to streaming. Really looking forward to you, actually.
Yeah, but follow Swag and Melody because I'll be more consistent on there.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, my girl. Well, I'm finna shut this down. I gotta go take care of some things. I gotta get to bed. I gotta get up in the morning, take a look at this new spot I'm about to move into soon enough. Hopefully things go well.
Nice. I hope so too.
Oh, so your old apartment ain't going too well? You had to move?
Yeah, something like that. On my own. Oh, Bree dropped down. Okay. Shout out to you, my girl. Happy life. It was good to have you up here.
Yeah.
All right, I'm about to shut. Any last words before I shut this down?
Yeah. I said you had to move into your new spot now, huh? Bills too high.
It's a long story, but it's gonna work.
I wish you good luck on that, bro. I gotta go to sleep for work tomorrow.
All right. I got graveyard shit, so I can stay up a little later, but I gotta take care of some things around here.
Yeah.
All right, happy life. Deuces, my guy. Come again soon. All right, that was a hell of a show. One hell of a show. Want to say shout out to everybody that came in to show their support before I get up out of here. Let's see here. Shout out to Killer Swag. Get that bag. You don't be caring about them price tags. Shout out to Scented Cole. Unpredictable. Always at her. Pentacle. Shout out to RB Fable. Ryan coming soon. Yeah, shout out to damn, where is she? Oh yeah, Happy Life. He needs a wife to cut the tension like a knife. That's right. Now, who else was here? And of course, last but not least, shout out to Brienne. Shout out to Brienne, my #1 fan, always cooking like a frying pan. Oh yeah, and 18th letter makes life better. He's tougher than leather, I'm out of here, y'all. Take care. Deuces!
Right. I ain't changed down, hold up. I done came down, hold up, clip the brain, fold up. And the girlfriend want a nigga like me, cause I ain't tryna control her. She call me when she wanna change. Black diamond, my pinky ring. She know you weak and we ain't the same. You hit the scene, I'll make the scene. I'm in her hand like Maybelline. H-time, so I made the lean. I'm in her soul, I make her scream. I'm about to told all paper change. I'm easy tag like Peter Pan. She want a man, told me a man. I'm flying down your boulevard. She took it to the wings, show the fans. Straight up, swift eye. Yo, bitch, you know what I'm talking about. Pulls up, pour live. We get it poppin' in the parking lot. She like to do it with the lights on. Don't matter to me if it's dark or not. Hung sheet up, eased up. Fossil pants, I'm hard to rock. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that ain't tryna keep. Yeah, that's what I say. They put you to bed. Daddy tryna love you, baby, just what you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby. You know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit on my phone, whatever you need. Just look up with me every second or so. Oh yeah. this drink in my cup. I got this drink in my cup. I done came down, hold up, grip the grain, roll up, young H-Town in the Fayetteville. Got two girls like hold up, and with the good fella DJs, they got my song on replay. I'm swinging down that freeway, Fort Bragg, Army Base, and shout out to that Fayetteville State Main. Say man, yo girl say that you born, bro, so she tuned in that morning show. Rush Paul, over average, you just Paul. Foxy 99, that big stick to hating, we big boys. I'm draped up, dripped out, Fayetteville know what I'm talking about. Pulls up, pull out, I swing wide in that parking lot. I shine bright like the lights on, don't matter to me if it's dark or not. Let your top down, turn your volume up, all around the Ville. All around the Ville. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody that ain't trying to keep. You heard what I said, they can put you to bed. That ain't trying to love you, baby, just fuck you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby, you know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit up my phone whenever you need you some company. Got this drink in my cup.
Bangs.
When I'm busy, ain't gon' waste my phone line on a set time, around 10, no daylight. Music first, so don't cry. I'ma let you know when I'm on the road. Anywhere between 12 and 4. Kilo, no public post. Ain't no love, they don't even know. 2 a.m. I'm tipping slow. Hit your line, I'm on the road. Next thing you know, I'm at the door. Hitting spots right on the floor. No connection, just sexy us. In the morning, no clue, but text to reiterate. There's no we. So the moment that we dip, there's no reach. Back on the road before 5. Refill my cup, so I'm alright. Coasting and jamming on soul time, but it ain't too long before I hit mine. Talking at this the last time. She want way more than a night ride. Go what my deuce and say alright. Then the next week she be tagging lines.
Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that ain't tryna keep. You heard what I said, they can put you to bed. They ain't tryna love you, baby, just fuck you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby, you know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit up my phone whenever you need you some company. Got this drink in my cup. Oh yeah, I got this drink in my cup. I got this drink in my cup. Right. I done came down, came up, slow pitch, change up, same hood, same style, same drink, same cup. She called me when she wanna fuck, I never call, she know what's up. Same page, same book, different song, same hook. Every time her nigga shit that she on the phone with the same crook. And every time I pull up, she hit me with that same look. Lips biting, hips right, she left my man for that get right. I'm in the middle like midnight, only if you got that sip tight. Only if you got that wine fine, only if you got that sip tight. Only if you got that mind bomb, only if you got that sip tight. Eat that shit like wine time, joking baby, I'm pimp type. I'm used to being that one and done, but girl, you got it there too. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that is tryna keep. You heard what I say? They can put you to bed. They ain't tryna love you, baby, just fuck you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby, you know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit up my phone whenever you need you some company. I can drink in my cup. FaceTime. Oh yeah. No, I got this drink in my cup. So I got this drink in my cup. On cup. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that don't really need you. Girl, I know how much you really want somebody. Want somebody that ain't tryna keep. You heard what I said, they can put you to bed. They ain't tryna love you, baby, just fuck you instead. And don't tell them nothing, baby, you know that I'm coming, baby. Just hit up my phone whenever you need you some company. Got this drink in my cup. H-time.
I got this drink in my cup. I got this drink in my cup. Cup.